Good evening, good evening. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Russ, no problems. I'm really sorry for the late start, Russ. Yeah, it has been, I have had the day off today, but it has been super busy and we decided to have a quick dinner before the stream. So, yeah, I meant to start an hour or two earlier, but today has been what it has been. So, yeah, you go get some rest, Russ. Thanks for popping in. And we will carry on. So, hello everybody. It's all good, stream when you can. Yeah, I do. I just wish I could stream at a time that was more suited to more people. Okay, but here we are, streaming when we can on a Friday evening on the west coast of Australia. And we are playing, as usual, some Satisfactory in VR. Let me just check my settings. I've got a reasonable frame per second. As mentioned in previous streams, I do have a new graphics card, so we have cranked up the quality. But it's really hard to get a stable frame rate because this game was not designed for VR. It is VR through the power of mods. And so while VR demands a high frame rate to be smooth, to have a perfect experience, this is not perfect, but it is still a heck of a lot of fun. And I think it's the only way to really play Satisfactory. And when I try and play Satisfactory flat, I kind of forget, how do I do this again? And I just realized I have no game sound. So just give me a second. There are also so many buttons I need to press to start this stream going in VR with everything working properly. It is crazy. I have my game PC, which has 4 or 5 different bits of software running on it. I have my streaming PC, which has 4 or 5 bits of software running on it. And I also have my VR headset, which also has, as well as the streaming software for virtual desktop, also has a browser which I use to remotely control what's it called? OBS. So yes, everything has to come together. And so usually when I start the stream, all the doggos are here. Hello doggos. Yeah, I can hear them now. Start the stream, some things are loaded but not quite everything, and then I have to put the headset on and start the things and all the things. Hey Scratch, how you going? Timmy, oh, Timmy's got some electromagnetic control rods. That's cool. Snowy aluminium sheets. Yeah, we haven't got those yet. That's okay. George has got some frames. We can already make frames though, George, but thank you for your efforts. Thanks, guys. How are you finding your pool park? I know I need to put a slide in and maybe a slug conveyor belt around, but yeah, these guys like it here, right? And they've got a nice big penned area to play in. Okay. So here we are. Tonight we're continuing what we were doing last time, which is basically just doing architecture for the versatile frames factory that we've been building the last few sessions. So less factory, more walls and tips for doing odd angles and architecture and things like that. Any other junk here I can chuck in? Oh, there is junk, but that's fine. Still got plenty of concrete. Actually, we're still pretty good for beams as well, so I don't think we actually need to take any building supplies with us. Now, at the last end of last session, we actually threw down 2 more, what are they called? Geothermal generators, power generators. You stick them on vents and get power from them, but the power looks like this, which is not ideal, and we haven't actually built any power storage to flatten it out yet. But that is still way above what power we're consuming at the moment. This is not as flat as I'd like. If I had time, I would go through and perfectly balance everything so this line would be flat. But it's not. We've got a few things that are stopping and starting, so you get a bumpy line down here. But there is our line up there. So we are using coal power at the moment along with geothermal power. And we haven't unlocked fuel power yet, and I don't want to go crazy with fuel power. I actually want to get to nuclear, except that's way later. And we are still in phase 2. So let's have a look at our objectives for the phase. We finished the smart plates. We're working on the second one, the 1,000 versatile frames. So we've actually finished building those. We could take those to the elevator, chuck them in, hit go, and we'd be done. So really we could rush ahead and finish phase 2, but I kind of made a promise. Wow, that sun came up quickly. Look at those shadows move. Shadows in high def with a new graphics card. Ooh. There's the sun over there. So what was I saying? Oh yes, we could rush ahead, but I made a promise to actually finish buildings so that they look like buildings before I move on to the next thing. So that means we need a little bit more work getting the Versatile Frameworks factory to look like a factory rather than just a floating slab with a bunch of machines on it. And I also need to move the elevator because the elevator is still off in the grassy fields. And I don't want to leave that there. I want to move it to a more picturesque location. And we might get to that tonight. If we get bored of doing the Versatile Frames walls and stuff, we might go... I had a quick look at where I want to build the elevator. And I've got some concepts, but again, it's all very rough in my head, so who knows how it'll actually pan out. So that's part of the journey is... Have I got that drop pod? I don't think I do, because I usually delete them when I get them. Okay, so down here we have the Versatile Frames factory. There's still some nasties on this thing here, like a sulfur hog that keeps shooting at me, so we're not going to slow down there at all. And it keeps coming through here. Past those radiation deposits. Lovely. And here to our factory down in the valley here. So let's... What are we going to do here? Maybe just extend this ramp across a bit. And if we run a railing, where's the railing? So when we finished the last session, we'd whacked on this walkway around to the factory. I was planning on removing the foundations here. I don't know if I want to do that for sure. You can kind of see them underneath there. But I don't dislike having them there. We could change them to sort of a metallic finish. That would at least make them look like they fit. No, not that. So we do materials and we change them to grip metal. That way they kind of fit in with this path and look a little bit more like they belong, rather than just being slabs of concrete. I still might delete these, I might just have it free floating, but at this stage at least this makes it look like the style matches. So when you look along here, it's all this metal finish here, same as the walkway. Here's where it gets a bit different and a bit, well, what are we doing now? Because we kind of were making this circle here at the end of last session, which is a really odd circular shape. Basically, each side of the circle is 25 degrees, which does not add up nicely to 360. So it is a bit of an odd shape. Let me jump down and show you what we did last time. So last time, most of the session was spent just putting this sort of factory floor level on. We put an awesome sink in here. So the awesome sink is now sinking any excess. So we have two blueprint factories. We've got this one on the left here, on the right here. They're the same factory design and both are making 10 versatile frames per minute. So we are making tons more than we need. And this will probably be enough for end game unless we want to go crazy with some magic throughput target or something like that. So yeah, we've put walkways here, but we haven't finished putting sort of barriers or anything along here. We could probably do some more walkways over there. We do need to put a wall along there because there are stingers out there who like to pop in and inspect the building. I got a bit of a jump scare 2 streams ago by one of them jumping in and saying hello. So we've covered this area here with an awesome sink, sort of awesome sunk down below. These are huge buggers, so putting them down there sort of gets them out of the way a bit because they're very tall. So all the logistics is like below this level, and this is the factory floor, so you can look through the floor here and see the frames going past. We also used our blueprint for tree borders around this tree and grass area here with some steps, just to make this a bit of a nice walkway and outside area down here. And I think I might keep some of the factory open air. I don't think it's a problem to have a factory open air, but I do want to make some of it kind of walled off, maybe the lower levels, which are the more walkable areas. That should come down the stairs like that. And let's move that along. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, that lines up pretty neatly. So you can walk along here and inspect what's going on in the factories. Over here we have a stroppy neighbour. There's a nuclear hog over there who's guarding the nitrogen. We don't have the extractor to get that nitrogen out. We don't have any recipes that use it. But we've got a great wall here to keep out the angry visitors from the other side there. Rice Munch X, how's it going? It has been a long time. How are you going, Rice? I was just thinking, Rice, it's been... I had my 1 year affiliate anniversary, and I remember all those Christmas streams last year while you were making those hats and while I was streaming the Christmas stuff. So yeah, that was an era ago. How have you been? Doing all right over here. How's things down there? It's a bit warm today, but things are going well. Things are going well. It's been an interesting year, but I am 4 work days away from having 2 weeks off from work, so I'm looking forward to a bit of time off. Although we are hosting the family Christmas this year, so we're going to have a heck of a lot of running around like headless chickens trying to get everything organised and clean, ready for family to invade. My kids decide they suddenly need your attention just as the stream was about to instigate. Ugh, kids! Kids! What do you do with them? Apparently you let them play Satisfactory, don't you? Teach them all they're young. Gee, I'm pressing the wrong buttons tonight. No problem, Hibiki. Chuck them in bed. Making lots of hats. Unfortunately, I haven't sold much. Tough times in Canada right now. Ah, so you're making hats again, are you? Same as last season? I'm actually going to make a run across like this. So it's sort of a walkway behind, I think. Yes, the stream has started quite late tonight. I keep pressing the wrong button. Who coded these buttons? I did have the day off from work today, but it was quite a busy day running around doing all sorts of things. So let's put a walkway. Can't put it there, so I guess we put it here. Got a new machine, so got way cooler designs this year. Even got a Satisfactory. Ooh, cool. Satisfactory merchandise. I might actually wrap this past the miner. As I said, I don't have a solid plan. I'm just kind of pottering and designing as I go here to see what kind of fits. That should actually probably be a corner a bit. If we use one of those, not one of those, one of those. They always rotate the way I don't think they rotate, which is annoying. Because fortuitously, this factory floor here lines up with the top of the miner, so you can kind of have a walkway directly under the top of the miner for maintenance. Which was not fully intentional, but I guess it was a little intentional. I kind of wanted this floor to line up, and fortunately this area, while it has stroppy neighbors, is really flat. It's like it's actually unusually flat in this area. So all three of the miners are the same height. Actually, all four of them might be the same height. It's just I lowered this down because these factories down here are sunk. So having walkways up near the top worked out pretty well. That cable doesn't look good going through the floor like that though, so let's delete that. And let's make a huge power pole over here. Actually, what I need to make is more walkways to get up and down between the levels. Because I've got one at the other end of the factory there, but maybe I should put one here. Okay, so that's just one of the ways you can get down between the levels. If I put a walkway here, it's not going to line up nicely there. Let's see how it looks though. I mean, there'll be a little gap on one side. The problem is to fill that, if you put a frame like this here, the style is slightly different. So these frames, while the frame itself is similar, this one is kind of an inset metal frame, whereas this one is more of a solid frame. But it's just little things like that you do notice in VR that you probably wouldn't notice as much in flat. Okay, so what are we going to do? I mean, we should finish this sort of top thing up here, which we started last time. Desperately need half-size pieces for all the things. We do. Having some more half-size, even just a half wall would be excellent. I think if I go up there, it's not actually going to take me all the way to the top because I broke it. Although, let's just go like that. I mean, you can fudge it with pillars and beams and stuff, but just made it. Actually, I'll leave that there. Can't get a good angle. I think it's lined up over this corner here, so come on. So I think it's there. Ah, that's a thick boy. Not that it really matters. I think it might be too close to that. What's going on? I do not have a jetpack, and I do not have a hover pack. And there are hits of void around here that will just send me down into nothing. So I do need to be a little careful where I am jumping. It's an interesting logistics problem. Okay, that's interesting because I swear I had this going straight up before and it fit. I think I just plonked it down like this before. I don't think I actually put some design into it, so that's probably why. Or am I just too close? No, that definitely clashes with the container there. We could make it a little kinky. Will good old Noodle save us? Noodle will save us. Okay, so for this sort of container, see, it's already full, and that is more than we need for the phase. We normally put, I was going to say, we normally put a big wall on the front of it. Do I want to do that? Let's try it. Because at least that'll be a bit more consistent in design. So, normally it'd be there. But we have to put the sign on first, and the sign has been a bit fiddly since they changed some of the clipping. Do I have signs on my quick bar? I don't think I do. Logistics. So you need to use the portrait sign. But I think we need to snap another sign to it first. You know what? I might load up one of the blueprints. Because the other factories have fancy storage containers. Like this, and we don't want the whole thing actually here. And we definitely don't want a depot because this is project parts. We're not going to use this for anything. All I want to do here is copy the sign settings. And use it as a guideline. Okay, so let's... No. I need a normal... See this sign here, if I copy this sign here, it won't nicely snap to the container. But if I... That's a 2x3, I think. Yeah, 2x3. But if I go to 2x2, it will snap there. I wonder if this wall's in the way, because normally it'll snap to the top. Interesting. It's not. Okay, well, I guess we're nudging then. Or we could just put it on the ground. And nudge from there. See, I think that's lined up with the top. So I've nudged it a ½ meter back because if it's too far forward, you can't access what's in the container. And if it's too far back, you just see the black of the entranceway. So if you do a ½ meter nudge back, kind of insets it into the entrance a little bit. And then you can access it. Now, if you want to change the sign, you actually point to the bottom down here. Come on, where is it? And that'll let you edit the sign. Done. Just do that. Put that back in place. And we've got our nice walled front to our storage. And now we can delete that reference. Gone. Thank you. So our hypertube entrance, we can, that's a floor hole. Need a wall hole. There. Because there... Okay, let's put it there. Okay, that technically doesn't line up with hit the container. Problem is there's no real good way of getting just a little bit more wall there. What we'd have to do is kind of get a pillar. Do we have any pillars around here at all to sample? No? Is that too far away? No, it's not. Okay. We could put that like that. But that looks a bit crappy. I mean, if I put an entrance on it... It still looks crappy. Make a steel pillar, it will look slightly better. Put that away. Bring it forward like that, actually. I might bring the hole forward as well to make it line up. And then we can do the same on the other side, so it looks like kind of a feature. Which actually fits the one we deleted before that had side pillars, although they were concrete before, not metal. Let's delete that. I mean, they did look nice and flush. Maybe we should just leave it there. Because the other way you can do it is... I wish there was a way to move things. You could just nudge it forward half a meter like that. That is nudging diagonally. See, this is the problem is now I want to just jump down here from there but there's no floor underneath to land on nicely. So I need to be a bit more careful where I'm leaping off edges to try and get underneath things. Otherwise I fall down. Well, at least I got a way up this time. You're 750 deep in your game and still haven't used hypertubes? 750 hours deep? I don't use them as much as I used to, and I've only used them sparingly. I'm on phase 2, and I'm mostly using them for just little stretches like this for going between floors. And I've actually had a thought on making a multi-floor factory lift system using them. But I haven't got around to it yet. Now, I don't really have a multi-factory floor that could use them. I've got one factory that has multiple floors, and it's got the basic elevator at the moment. It doesn't really, it's not big, so it doesn't really need a hypertube system for getting around. Thought I had a power connector somewhere around here. Maybe I didn't. That's moved over a bit as well. That's not lined up. Oh, it's because those wall mounts are slightly off. That's right. Once elevators came out, we forgot about them. Elevators, unfortunately, are a bit slow. Elevators are very fun, but if you want to quickly get up and down floors, you gotta press the button, wait, hop in, then go to the next floor, then... So hypertubes are still very much a zippy way of getting around. Okay, we've got power connectors there and there. Right controller battery low. Whoops. That's one thing I didn't check before starting the stream. Now, normally when it says that, I have a couple of weeks left of gameplay before the right controller battery actually dies. But it's been telling me that for a couple of weeks. Next ad break, I'll fix it. Legoland, we have a saying, many will see, few will understand. The not aligned things are improving efficiency. The not aligned things are making us OCD people go twitch, so it's like, ah. That's the thing, I have to learn to let it go sometimes. Okay, so from there we can take power inside and it will look nice and neat. You destroyed entire buildings to move them half a meter? Yeah, I know that feeling. And it's on the other side where I can't easily get to it. Attach it here so it's pretty much dead straight. And from here, it doesn't matter if it clips under here, no one's going to see it. Wonder what that goes to. Ah, that might be where the old power went for when I had an old hypertube up here. Your mode is awesome. Did not know Satisfactory had this. You can also go into the swamp and it becomes a horror survival game. Yes, you totally can go into the swamp and it can be a horror survival. And if you want something a little lighter, you can go into the pink forest and it becomes a horror survival, but with pink. Yes, this is a Satisfactory VR mod. It's a total conversion, so we have full custom interfaces made specifically for VR. We have custom gestures and a custom heads-up display with a new compass and new markers. I'm the mod author, so I've been working on this since the start of 2024, and it's freely available. If you're on Twitch and want to know about the VR mod, type !mod info, and that'll give you a link to more info and the download for the mod. You take that back, the swamp is beautiful oasis. Ooh, I don't know about beautiful. Pink I really like. I like the pink forest, but there are some nasty things that live in the pink forest. Of course it's not quite long enough to go the whole way. I like the vibe in the swamp. Yeah. I mean, I have never built in the well, okay, I have built in the swamp once, and it was pretty much I made a swamp safari specifically to go adventuring in the swamp, and that's all that I've built there. But I do plan in this playthrough to build in the swamp. I'm not sure whether I'm going to stick my nuclear power in the swamp, because that kind of seems appropriate. What do you mean I can't build a hole there? Soundtrack that plays in the biome is so refreshing. Yeah, the whole soundtrack. Yeah, aluminium in the swamp or in the pink forest is the other thing. There's a lot of aluminium in the pink forest, so I might do that. Yeah. Oh, it's not just Gibbets that does the aluminium joke. It's also B.L. Andrew does it. It's a common name within the Satisfactory community for aluminium. I mean, I could just leave it open. It doesn't look too bad. And I guess technically this has walls, so by my requirement for everything having walls, that's complete. So I really want a walkway from over there to here, but for some reason I didn't make them the same level. Umanium? Umanium. Yeah, aluminium is, I've heard that many a time. I can't do a really gradual ramp. Does that actually line up? So that is a happy coincidence, because this circle started with, this was forward, so this was straight lined up with that, and then each corner of the circle is 25 degrees, so there was like a 1 in 5 chance that this would actually line up perfectly with that one on the other side. So versatile frameworks for phase 2 at the moment. I'm still on phase 2, but I am trying to do it right. The smart plates is my original phase 1 factory that's just been trickling away for hundreds of hours. But I am setting up a full versatile framework factory here. We've got a blueprint factory that down there, and there's a duplicate down here that makes 10 versatile frameworks, 2 per minute. Sorry, 10 each, so that's 20 total, which is all coming into here. So we actually have enough frameworks here to finish the phase. And this will probably last me through phase 3 and possibly beyond. But I made a promise, or at least an effort to myself, that I will finish a factory so that it looks like a factory rather than just a floating platform with machines on it. So I'm making sure this factory has access walkways, walls, roofs, at least a bare minimum, so it looks reasonable, before I rush off and kick into the next phase. Because yes, I don't have jetpack, I don't have fuel, I don't have plastic. I'm yet to get into all that fun stuff. But I did unlock the dimensional depot in my very first session, so I'm pretty happy with that. So let's try a double ramp here. Okay, it doesn't quite line up, but it's only 3. So if I do 1 of those, and then 3 up, or I can start the 3 from here and then have it go across. That's not flush exactly, so... think it was that spot. Is it that spot? Yes. Okay, so let's do that. Again, there is a void below me. If I stuff up, I'm going to go panic. Great, there's a single meter gap. You know what, I'm just going to move those over. Doesn't matter if it's not perfectly aligned at the other end. Where are we in the world right now? It looks like Northern Forest. It is not the Northern Forest. This is actually very far away from the Northern Forest. And it is actually, yeah, it's a different void. It's this void over here. It's not the void in the center of the map. We are actually just over the fence from the swamp. So let me show you on the map. And this is the thing, I've never built here before, so this is interesting. So I started in the grassy fields, down the bottom there. My main home is there, which is on the corner of that forest there, near the water there. This is the crater lake, which a lot of people like making rocket fuel power factories out of. So we've actually got coal power there and steel factory. And so we're actually just up here on the east corner of the map. In this little alcove here, there's a bit of void through here. And then up, the swamp is kind of here. So there is a pure node for coal up where that is coming from. And there's a normal node of coal over there. And then down the bottom, there are 4 impure nodes of iron. And so basically I'm tapping all 4 of them to make enough iron to do this. So yeah, there are quite a few voids on the map. This is the not so common one. And part of the reason I'm building this site is because I've never built this. I played the game multiple times. Haven't actually finished, ironically, since 1.0 came out. So I have not saved the puppies and kittens. But I have finished phase 4 pre 1.0 twice. And I've got pretty far in the game a couple of other times. Yeah, it is a cool place, although it's also very dangerous. There is a nuclear hog hanging out down there near that nitrogen. Can't do anything with the nitrogen yet. There's stingers that spawn down the valley there and over there that come say hello sometimes. So I really want to get some defensive walls put on as well before I move on to the next place as well. So yeah, I came here, it's like, I'm just going to build a little factory and all I've got is my parachute and my rebar gun. And yeah, I got a pretty warm welcome from the locals when I got here. Okay. Put some railings down the side. Why is there a slight bump there? Speaking of triggering OCD, the angle of this railing does not match the concrete. Just don't look at it too closely. Doesn't quite overlap perfectly. So if I do it in the middle... No, that'll do. See Total Eclipse going berserk over that railing? Yeah, no, he does. He does get triggered by tiny things like that. I'm just like, it annoys me a little bit, but it's like I can't spend hours and hours obsessing over another solution. I mean, unless, like, I'm assuming the normal concrete ramps have the same problem. Because I was using the double ramp, but if I use just the normal single ramp... Yeah, see, that's pretty much the same slope. Said sample. Thank you. Yeah, that's still got the same problem. I don't mind this bit down the bottom so much. It's this bit here with the railing that's triggering me. Total Eclipse has some really good ideas, and actually a lot of the early build techniques I learned from watching early videos of his stuff. Like back in Update 5 is when I started, and I remember watching a tips video from him, which, you know, putting the logistics under the floor and all that kind of building techniques I got from him. Okay, so there's that. Let's change it to grip metal, so that we kind of match that pattern around there. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's not too bad. We could do some supports under there, perhaps. We do need some kind of door. Could do the fancy door, or do we just want a normal door? I might just do a normal door for this one. Because we've got these other walls around here, that will just keep that as a kind of a thematic pattern. What really changed how I build was the Valhalla pickle. Okay, I'm not familiar with the Valhalla pickle. Now the hard bit is going to be doing the bottom of this, because this bottom bit, was this matching the top? No, it's not. This bottom bit was the original circle I was trying to do, which was it was just basically an octagon down the bottom. All Pro Satisfactory players are always the most modest, helpful, chill and friendly people you've ever met. Yeah. I mean, Kibitz is a little abrasive sometimes, but he's still good-natured. And also something like that in the game community. Yeah, they are very, or the whole community is excellent. Yeah, okay, my stomach is just lurching now. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah. I'm mostly over my vertigo, but not from here, not with the void. Like that is nerve-wracking, especially in VR. Nope. Under here, I was going to maybe not the double ramp. It would have to be the inverted one. This sort. It's going to be a little tricky. I can turn Zoop off. Because I can't see if the angle's the right way. Yeah, that's the right way.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
That is not snapping on the right place. Why is it not snapping on the right place? Maybe because that's in the way. Ah! Man, how big is this platform below me I'm standing on? I mean, I could use walls for this rather than actual foundations. Why is that not? Perspective from VR is really throwing you off. Everything looks a bit more wonky. Is that because my head is sideways? Everything is huge in VR as well. Like the perspective is really interesting and everything is huge. And it may look a little more restricted on the stream, but because it's 360 view around me, it's pretty encompassing. I mean, I'm pretty high up, so if I fall off, as long as I don't panic, I can parachute down to there, no problem. Doesn't make it any easier. Everything is huge. Yes, yes, if you take your camera, yeah, like this container, this is like 2 meters. Well, actually, that's 4 meters off the ground there. Or is it 3? 1, 2, 3? Could be 3. But like this power outlet here is probably about 1 meter high. It's at least 75 centimeters. They're huge. So around here, I might need to use walls. We can use tilted walls that are concrete, should look fairly similar, and maybe we just end up with concrete all the way around. I think it's got to go there. Why is it... Oh, what's it clipping with? No, probably me. Probably would have been easy to build this from where that staircase was that I just deleted. Okay, around the back here, we're going to have vertical walls. Or steeper walls to fit everything in. And we might have a bit sticking out the back here. Actually, no, that can be we can put a hole there for that to latch onto, and that will look like it's in place. This side we can probably just use... Go back to these. Well, if I stick one of these on top of it... Tilted wall 4 meter. That's not exactly where I wanted it. No, that's fine. I am right on the edge here. I need to start learning how to do curves for stuff. Right now I mostly build all square things. Factories look like they are from the communist era. Yeah. There are some pretty easy way to do curves. I can show you a few if you want. Come on, rotate and snap under. Come on, rotate. Okay, this might actually be easier to do it inside. Oh, well, there's an ad break.
Stretches and hydrate.
Okay, there's a Twitch ad break, so I missed the warning. Actually, I heard the warning, I just didn't pay attention to it. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes break while the Twitch ads are running, and I will be back after I have a bit of a drink and a bit of a stretch. So, back soon, and I will change my battery. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, and we are back. Hurrah! It's a bit dark under here. Don't really build. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people on YouTube showing how to do it. Yes, there is. But this is an instructional video as well. I'll quickly show you how I did the circle upstairs. Although for the full thing, you'll have to. The start of the last stream is where I set up the blueprint that I used as a circle reference. So if I show you how I did it, you might want to go back and have a look at that as an option. Okay, so that's pretty good, except we kind of still need to fill in what's below us here. I might just do concrete slabs straight down. Come on, how's it going to let me attach it, please? Come on. Okay, I'm dropping down. I want to attach it to that wall there, and it's not letting me. Okay, hang on. If I... that's attached to the side, so I do that across that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Jump! It's going to be annoying if I have to do that for each one, though. And I better get that jetpack. Oh, yeah, I can't wait for the jetpack or the hover pack. Both will be very useful. But I enjoy the challenge of, you know, having limits to what you're doing when you're building. Except I can't jump up there even with Blade Runners, and I almost went off the edge. Okay. So how I did this circle up here was I found a center point here, and then I made a circle reference blueprint, which is somewhere around here. Curves and circles. Circle reference 5 and 10 degrees. So this is the circle reference blueprint, where you put in the middle of your circle and then you build it. And then all you need to do is you take your foundation and you snap it onto whichever degree you wish to snap on the foundation to. So, and depending on the diameter of your circle, you may want to nudge things out to a wider distance. So if I did that there, I could then attach one to the next black one, which would be a 10 degree, and slide it out and so on. So I could do 10 degrees like that. Or I could bring it in shorter, like bring it into there, and then maybe I want to go around to that level, and you kind of figure out which... Hey, that was actually pretty close. Was that on the red one? But you get the idea. This is basically a reference of 5 degrees, and then you build your circle out from that. So that's one way to do it once you have this reference set up. So what I did for this one here is I kind of moved it out to about where I wanted the diameter, and then I figured out that it was black and then red, I think. Yeah, that red one there lines up with that. So it was basically every 5 was where the next one was, but obviously that's 25 degrees, which doesn't nicely add up to 360. So those kind of swirl around to the back this side here, and then these last 2 I just made a straight bar across the back, which is why this back is actually it's wider than a normal foundation, but it's at the back of the build and it's behind the container, so it actually kind of works that side there is actually not a single foundation, and if you didn't know, you wouldn't actually see it there. But it does, being 25 degrees is going very odd angles, but it actually lined up perfectly here, which is a happy coincidence. Actually, I am going to jump off with the hover pack, and actually, sorry, not the hover pack, the parachute, and see how this is looking from below. Yeah, that's not too bad. I could actually continue the angle in. I don't think I need to make it full like that. It's just where do I build to, where do I go to get the angle to do the build? Probably easier just to start down here. and sort of go upwards. Come on. Whoops. That's one way of doing it. And in the start of the last video, I showed how to set up that circle reference. Although it was took me a bit hit and miss a couple of times to actually get it going. But once you've got that, it makes it much easier to do. The other thing I showed in the blueprint was making these. I made these 5-degree left and 5-degree curve foundations. So once you know how to make a 5-degree, you can put it in a blueprint and then you can repeat it. So if I take this right and I just chuck it down here, it's going to be 5 degrees right to wherever I put it. So if I put the arrow facing forwards, these corners exactly match up here. And then if I put this on top of this one, I think I need to put it on top. Can I snap it there? That diagonally nudged. I think I'm on the wrong angle here to do it. That's not lining up tonight. That's odd. I think I'm running into there's a bug where things will nudge diagonally. But the simplest way to do a 10-degree, and this is super simple, is like if I start here and I want to do a 10-degree curve, is you use actually from this set here, is you just use this catwalk intersection, and you start with 1 and you nudge it 2 meters in, and then when you hold control for a gradual snap, this will rotate around that middle edge point there, like that. And these are 10-degree increments. So that's straight, and that's 10 degrees. So from there, you can just do every 10 degrees, every couple. Like that. And so when you get your foundation here, you can just align it up with the side, nudge it 2 meters back so the corner lines up again. This is the easiest manual one where you don't have pre-made blueprints or anything. Just like that. And then when you delete these, all your corners line up exactly, and you have a 10-degree foundation curve, which is how I did the run along here. You can see this isn't perfectly smooth around here. I just basically went and did 10-degree increments every so often just to lay it out. So there are many ways of doing different angles. The 5 I'll show you the basic 5-degree one because it's not too hard. 5-degree is a bit more involved, but basically if you hold control with a foundation on top of a foundation, let me get above it. Now, if you hold control and you rotate, this is 5-degree rotations. So that's straight. So if you rotate 5 degrees, then you put the middle of this one right on the corner. Actually, it's got to be the far corner, the outside corner. Now this is the tricky bit. It's got to be snapped right to that corner there. And then you nudge it across 4, up 4, and then down. And there you have a perfect 5-degree corner. So again, the same, hold control, you've got a 5-degree rotation. You need to aim right at the corner, lock it in place, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and down 1. And then you've got a perfect corner with 5 degrees. So that's the way to do that. And with nudge, it makes it so much easier than it used to be. It used to be very fiddly. But it's still a little bit fiddly because when you need to snap right to that corner, because this will move anywhere over it, it is quite easy to misplace it and put it not quite on the corner. But if you do a couple of blueprints of curves, then you can reuse the curves blueprints. So those are the main ways I know of doing curves. Then you can get, yeah, tricks with beams and things to get different angles. I can't quite see. No, not that angle. This is really hard to see. Nope, that's not attached to the right place. I think because these are diagonals, they're not playing nice as far as attaching. Did I see your train video? No, I did not see your train video. What sort of train video is it? Is it a train network you've done, or is it a tutorial one? I don't think I posted in that Discord. I'll send you a link. There, I am in so many Discord channels that I very easily miss when people post things. There is a never-ending supply of content. This is not snapping nicely. Okay, that's kind of snapping in the right place. If I can rotate it. Except now it's on the outside. And that went diagonally? Nope, that's lined up. Okay, that actually worked. One, two, three, four. So this is actually snapping to the outside like that, and then I can nudge it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm almost wondering if I should leave these on the outside. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. And if I do zoop, I could just zoop them down. You just want to show off your trains because you have some of the smoothest tracks around. A world tour of your trains. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'm looking forward to making a train setup in this save. It's been a long time. Well, not a long time, but it's been a while since I've done a good train network. Let me just build this platform with no edges out over the void. Come on, rotate. Okay, it was working nicely before. It's just this one little one here that I can't quite get in place. Maybe if I go that way. That'll do. That'll do for that corner there. And you got about 60 kilometers of track so far. It is some of the best work. Cool. We started last save last Christmas and did everything properly. No floaters anymore. Very nice. So are you going hardcore train supports, or are you going more of a lightweight, free-flowing track? Are you sticking to the grid, or are you following the natural curves of the world? This is quite nerve-wracking up here. I also have a little bit more vertical view than the stream shows, so I might be seeing things at the top of the view that you don't actually see. I will try to put my head up so you can see what I'm actually aiming at, but it can give me a bit of a crick in the neck. Hey, that one's going to snap on correctly. Maybe I should actually build a safety walkway down here. Okay, and the back is kind of the flat rectangular back where the storage is built so that everything feels real. Tracks the low angle curves for high speed. Ah, cool. They'll follow the natural paths as well. Also have curved ramp. I know, impossible. Curved ramp is in curved foundations. Your trains are art. Okay. Sounds like I have to check it out now then, don't I? I wonder, I could build a little maintenance walkway down here. Where's that circle reference? Center point, center point. What is the center point? I think it's this one. It's not letting me snap it on. I cannot see around the other side to see if that's in the right place or not, so I'm just going to trust that it's there. Curve ramps aren't impossible. I was doing them before everyone, and mine doesn't look chunky. Nice. Curve mod is, so this is curved and changing elevation as well. Okay, so actually this is sticking out a lot at the back. Gee, that is not very centered at all. Okay, that was terrible placement. Okay, I think I'm going to abandon that idea. That is not going to work with that circle. I have my stomach lurching just from that turning orange while I'm standing on it. Oop, no, don't delete that. I kind of need that. Yeah, I want to try a more flowing train design form using beams rather than foundations. Like a corkscrew. Oh, okay. Yep, corkscrew. Gigantic cloverleaf interchain. Oh, right. Those are impressive, and I can't see the point in them. How many trains do you have running, and how big are the trains? Okay, we've still got the little back door over here. Maybe it was in the fact that I seen one and knew I could do it better. Oh, okay. Ooh, challenge, huh? Okay, so if we use this, just the wall here, then that will not conflict with the storage. But we're going to have to put some sort of wall here. Or some sort of foundation. Yeah, we do need a foundation under here, under the storage unit. Can't have that floating free. Yeah, damn it. Well, at least it didn't fall. You made a blueprint. Oh, was that using one of the blueprint mods to a big blueprint, is it? I tend to build small. I'll cram it in a 4x4. A 4x4 roundabout is what I'll do. Actually, if I take this from that back wall, that will probably be best. There's a gap there. And that corner is going to be sticking out. Yeah, okay, that's okay. Okay, I can fill. Okay, so I can fill them in easily from this angle. That's good to know. Take your trains very seriously. I like routing my trains. I like having a good route for them to go around. I'm wondering if I can squeeze a door in that other side, because this is blocked by this. But on this side, can I squeeze? Because I like leaving little maintenance doors, even if it's not very practical. Oh, that's not very practical. That's a really odd height. Then if I take the shortest routes, it's always about the journey. Yeah, I normally do the two-way train as well, and I'm wondering if I could do like a one-way train circle route kind of fancy get up. Yeah, that actually worked well if I delete that. Have you, Rice, have you seen Big Booty Tom's map? It's most of it is in the desert biome. sandy desert, and it's just one maze of dense factories. It is an amazing save. Yeah, his save game. It's actually featured in some of the Satisfactory trailers, and is featured in the artwork of the vinyl pressing of the soundtrack. But he builds the most dense factory with everything just going everywhere, and then he just has these trains weaving in and out of it, and it is impressive. No, it was by a user called Big Booty Tom, but some of the other people, I don't know if Kibitz has, but I think Total Eclipse has toured it. I can load it up at the end of this stream and show people if they want, because it is an impressive save. And he has just these trains winding in and out amongst things, and it looks natural. Yeah. But they're just on these beams, and they're just weaving in and out and through things, and none of them, I think there's like 1 or 2 double lines, but for the most part they are individual train lines per thing that's going around, and it is really impressive. And I have a graphics card that the frame rate's still not great. I don't get quite so nauseous if I load it with my new graphics card. Okay, so under here is a bit ugly. Out here, let's just do the world's tiniest walkway. Come on, let me rotate. There we go. Don't look at the Z buffering. Who was it who on the last stream who couldn't handle the Z buffering? Okay. That's reasonable. So we have a nice smooth rounded bottom. There's a little gap there. Okay, I did need to put one of those diagonal walls in there just to block that little gap off. See, from this side we want one of those on the other side. And hopefully that doesn't stick out up the top. Actually, maybe that should have been higher. I think the other one was actually that high. My straight railway segments are nicely supported and built with blueprints, but I did not bother with corners yet. First playthrough, just wanted to make sure things work before I spend too much time on the cosmetics. Yeah. My first playthrough, I would run foundations the entire way. Then, actually, I kept the foundations the entire way, so everything was on foundations. And for a long time, they were floating platform foundations for my train line. And then later on, because back then there were no blueprints. And then later on I went through and added in supports with a blueprint. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's maybe do a bit of a support along there. Interesting. It's a slightly different angle. Oh, missed. No, 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 turn around. That's the problem with hypertubes. One almost circling the entire world close to the shore, one cutting the map in half from the edge of the rocky desert and up to the swamp, connecting with the main railway through the dune desert. Cool. Plan to use that to collect most of the bauxite for aluminium. Ah, cool. I usually build the factories near the materials. I haven't really done mega builds, and this playthrough is definitely not mega builds. My focus here is trying to do size efficient builds. So I'm actually using recipes that have higher throughput even if they're less efficient, as long as the things down the train are also pretty high throughput. Okay. Right, yes. These windows look a bit naked down the bottom, so I will chuck a beam around the edge. And actually I will make that beam black or dark. It's usually my border color for beams. Could have a little staircase down to there from here. I wonder if that would actually line up nicely. Drop of doom, two are the same. The problem is that most of the bauxite is there is either not enough coal or enough water. Okay, yeah. Mine aluminium tends to have long runs of conveyors to get some of the resources in. Not super long, but you know, a kilometre or so. All the aluminium there and ship the ingots again to modular factories. Yes, I normally do an aluminium factory that then the aluminium bits get shipped off to wherever they're needed. It's almost perfectly lined up. There you go. Access door is actually accessible as well. That fit quite well. I'm happy with that. These are sticking out a little bit, but interesting. Why? Oh, because I nudged them this way a bit to make them fit nicely. The emergency exit actually exits, and then there's a platform on the other side with railings. I've used fluid trains. I quite like fluid trains, but then again, I'm not making mega factories typically, and the excuse of having to package everything is a bit silly, I think. Okay, let's slap a glass roof on this, and then let's move on to something else because we've been here long enough. I know glass roofs are kind of a bit simple and stereotypical. I like my walls of glass. I covered up that staircase, didn't I? Yes, I did. We could use more glass. Yeah, the scenery is great. So being able to stand here and look over the scenery is nice. You know what I need? I need little glowy signs all the way along the bottom. Actually, what I need is, I was thinking of taking those foundations out, but if I just make them 1 meter, these are all 2 meters. If I make them 1 meter, I think that will look better. The problem with replacing those foundations is I would need to do it from underneath. And that would be more catwalks of doom. Okay. Maybe just make it flat now. Actually, this is the bit that's actually straight here. Yeah, it's going to be a bit messy. Oh yeah, it's going to be messy. Maybe I should make the roof solid. It's just beams everywhere. Unless I embrace the beams and just have... That looks terrible. It's a little geometrical. How is that different to that in size and space? Something slightly different. The Spider Dome. It's not the Thunderdome. That kind of lines up. Yeah, well, even if I could trap a spider in here, the only way to trap a spider is if its spawn point is here. So you'd have to have one that spawns here to be trapped inside it. I have actually wanted to make like a nature reserve for stingers. And I think if you could put a dome over their spawn points, you could possibly do that and then have a nature walkway around. Yeah, but if it jumps in here and then I trap it in here, when I load the save game, it will respawn back where it was. It won't save. I mean, if I respawn in the area, it might save the position, perhaps. But if you come back later, then it will probably respawn in its usual starting spot. Okay. I think I'm going to call that done for the observation and storage dome. Again, I'm not going for perfect or shiny. I don't have time to detail it all night, so I'm going to leave it like that and get on with the rest of it, because I kind of wanted to have a curve along the edge here and maybe a spiral staircase around this bit. Ooh, could I use my circle reference for a spiral staircase? Maybe? Again, this is where a hover pack would be really useful, so I'm not over... Oops. I think I just had a crash. Everything's just frozen. Okay, it was not the game crashing, it was something else. I hope I don't drift off into the void. Maybe it's just virtual desktop. I'll restart virtual desktop and see if that's it. Because it looks to be okay on my PC, but not in the headset. Yes, you're watching my game stream slowly turn. You can let me know if I veer off into the void. Oh, phew, I'm back. Okay. Sorry, just closing things, and I got a mouse cursor there. Okay, so that was interesting. It's a virtual desktop crash. Hey, we're back and we didn't die. Hello, Nerd Garage. VR, yes, this is a mod. So the game itself doesn't support VR, but I'm the creator of this mod. I've started work on it in January 2024, so I've been working on it for a while. It is a total conversion for VR for Satisfactory. So we have custom radial menus for gear and for building. We also have, well, put that away. We have different wrist menus, so you can use that for selection of quick building if you want. We have a custom heads-up display for VR with different markers and new compass. And the vehicles, actually the vehicles, I've got a vehicle around here. I didn't build a staircase up out of here yet. Vehicles, where supported, support first-person mode. So here's a little factory cart that I prepared earlier. So we've got a first-person mode here, which is terrible on this floor because I have glass everywhere, and this factory cart refuses to steer on glass, so it's a bit of a hazard to drive around here. Didn't think it too forward view when I put that. Yep, okay. Yeah, glass was a bad idea for factory carts. Let's just pick it up and put it in our inventory. So yes, you're watching on YouTube Nerd Garage, so if you check in the video description, there will be links there to about the mod, to download the mod if you're interested. Yeah, the carts are a hazard, but they drive well on concrete. Just apparently not on glass. Okay. No, that is the actual interior that Coffee Stain created. I did the dashboard, so I'll show you. Let me put it again. Cart. And that's the thing, is the interior is actually all Coffee Stain's original model. You can see in there is actually a dashboard in there. So I created this widget here which shows your speed and everything, so that's based on the normal dashboard you get anyway. But all these little switches and the steering wheel and the floor, this is all detailed in the base game. I didn't change anything. And you can press which is the horn button. So you know, you can put the siren on top, and there's a little hook for the siren, and there's a key in the ignition. That's all part of the base model from the game. I'm not a 3D modeler, so I can do the widgets, but everything else is as it comes in the game. So the steering is still via the sticks. So this is still the third-party avatar, so you can see it switches to VR controllers when I'm in here, and you use the sticks to turn. Actually, sorry, this stick to turn, and then you use your trigger to accelerate and your other trigger to brake, and then your grip to do hand brakies with. And you can press. There's a third-person view, so if you prefer driving in third person, that is an option as well. The trucks don't have any windows. There is a third-party mod for truck interiors that adds an interior and a window, but they're not very detailed. There is a mod for trains, which gives a dashboard inside the train and windows. And my mod supports that mod as well, so train interiors. So you can actually drive trains around in third person. The tractors, though, are actually really cool. So this is the controls that are built into the game here. I've just added the dashboard there. You actually drive this tractor from this perspective here with the tractor in front, and it's actually lots of fun, although I don't have any fuel in this one at the moment, so we're not going anywhere at the moment. So yeah, tractors are fun. So trucks are probably the weakest. But the trains are good fun with the first person train mod. But the tractors like that's out of the box how they look and work. Okay. I'll build with just the plain foundations here first, because they tend to be more neutral when placing them, and then I'll texture them later if we want. So how, because I want to kind of have a curve, I think. along the front here. Maybe. Again, it's really hard to do this without falling into the void. So there's quite a lot of front here actually, so I could move this out further. Oh, that's the cart. Does this work with just certain VR systems or work with any? It works with most systems. I am using a Quest 3 using Virtual Desktop. It works with Quest 2. We have people using Index. We have people using Somnium VR headsets. You can use it with PSVR 2 headsets. So most headsets should work okay with it. I think maybe I have a curve along the front here. Maybe that lines up with there. This curve, I think just using the 10-degree curve method is probably easiest. I know I'm picking it from here. I've got it on my quick bar. Sweet. What headset do you have, Nerd Garage? So using these, if you hold down Control, which is the left button on the VR controls, you can rotate this by, 10-degree amounts. So that's straight, so this will be 10 degrees. And then that'll be 10 degrees. And then that'll be 10 degrees. Maybe I run that straight. Like that. Whoa, 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 ah! That was close. I might use big double ramps, maybe. Nope, just, I need to turn Zoop off. So you snap this to the side of the 10 degrees, and then you move it, come on, and then you move it in 2 meters. So basically these corners here will line up exactly. And I don't know how I'm going to reach over the other side to actually get to those platforms to delete them, but we'll figure out that in a bit. This will just continue along. Another one, and then I'll start curving around, or maybe I should start curving around now. So this one, because we're curving from this side, we need to come from this side. Move it across 2. Don't stand on it. Why does it put it on the opposite side, so I have to rotate it all the way? Come on. Why won't it? It's making me work for it. There we go. 10 degrees. 10 degrees. And 10 degrees. Oops, missed. Which is lining up with that other slab. Okay, that's our curve corner. You don't have one unless you count tilt 5. And if you don't know what it is, it does, because the game's not made for VR, it does take a pretty powerful graphics card. So it is pretty steep requirements. Why is... Ah, that's snaps not quite in the right place. But there are people who are playing it on a 2080 and they're enjoying it. So it's not like you need the top-end graphics card. You do need a better graphics card if you're streaming it. And I've only just recently upgraded it. I was using a 3080, which ran okay for general play, but was a little not good when adding streaming overheads on it on top. Okay, there's our curve there.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
Whoa.
Please seek shelter.
Do not fall into the void, please. Okay, so these last ones were lined up with the slabs there. Is that really the steepest ramp? Okay, it is really the steepest ramp. Okay, so there's our cool curved entrance that I cannot see from this angle at all. I might leave that there, just in case it's useful to get back up there again. Now, we do have a Twitch ad break incoming, so let me just get to a safe spot, and I will take a break while the Twitch ads is running, and I'm going to have a drink and a bit of a stretch, and then I will be back to continue the build. I assume you're familiar at least with Tilt 5. Tilt 5, yeah, that's the desktop one with the glasses to play build games. Yeah, it's been a while since I've heard about the Tilt 5. That was a really interesting and innovative system. Right, you've got a very ancient graphics card? Yeah, yeah. Yes, I haven't tried the Tilt 5, but I'm aware of it, and it was... I haven't heard about actually anyone owning one. Yeah, anyway, we've got an ad break. I'll be back in a few minutes after the ads. I'm just going to get a drink. Be back soon. Where's that button?
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we are back. Now, I've just realized I did the curve wrong. Because we actually wanted to come out more than just there. Or at least I originally wanted to come out more than just there. I wanted to come out quite a bit further. I mean, the easiest way is to not come out quite a bit further and just leave it as is and chalk that as up as a learning mistake. Because basically, to make the curve, you need to do the curve from the outside edge. That's not even lined up. What's going on there? That should be perfectly lined up. Maybe I do need to just redo it all. See, if I build this off this corner here, like this, this is a perfect corner here, but this isn't a perfect corner up here. So to get the circle to work, you need to actually take the corner from up here and then run it back down. So we need to delete all this corner because the alignment is all out. Actually, I'll leave that bit just as a reference of where we were going with it. Tilfire is the system with a retroflective panel on the glasses. Wow, is it good? Because Tilfire looks like a really interesting product. I'm suspecting it didn't get a huge amount of software made for it though. Certainly looked like it might have been great for things like Dungeons and Dragons or tabletop stuff. And we could actually keep curving this around. Oops, not there. Since we're no longer cutting in close to that. I mean, slopes, curves like this in general don't work as well. Wow, I only did one there. They don't work as well when you have diagonals like this because you get that kind of overlapping pattern like up there. So the more you have a curve like that, the more it's going to overlap like this. So curves tend to work best for straight up and down walls. Oh, there's that very fast sunrise again. That's really noticeable with the shadows. Going to be really hard to take a corner from the bottom there when it's stuck in the column. Maybe that's a good reason for me to just run straight across from here. It's pretty close to our original target. Hang on, that corner's not right there. What happened there? This one here is not lined up. I do these my right controller here has a bit of a stick drift problem, so now and again it will drift by 1 meter and I won't notice when I'm nudging, which is not great. That's better. Okay, that's lined up better now. It's great for what it is. It's not really suited for immersive stuff like this, but for things like tabletop and non-first person 3D games, it's great. Yeah, that's what it looked like. I'm glad to hear it is actually good, because it looked like a really innovative concept. Oops. Hang on. I didn't do the 2 meter over thing. Yeah, so the performance limits in Satisfactory for VR, I think a lot of them are down to CPU and game engine stuff rather than graphics. I wasn't getting the best performance, but when I cranked it up to like ultra settings, it was still the same frame rate. So, and I've actually had games that run better on ultra than they do on like lower quality settings, which is really bizarre. So yeah, I did tweak the settings in this quite a lot. But my goal is to try and hit 60 frames a second so that, while streaming, so that the stream at least is a good stream. And then I'm using, because it's virtual desktop, why is that not lined up? I'm getting frame doubling in the headset from virtual desktop, so it takes it up to 120 for me. But that's assuming it hits the 60 frames a second, which it doesn't always do. Slow spread and recognition is likely lack of advertising and being different from what people think of when they think of VR. Yeah, the Tilt 5 wasn't, I wouldn't call it a VR thing at all. It was certainly pretty niche. I mean, it has more in common with, I guess, the XR sort of side of things now. Mixed reality sort of stuff. Like things like Demio in VR. Okay, let's go with that. Technically, it's augmented reality. Yeah. Very cool tech, though. Okay, so I hope that looks reasonable from up above. Maybe we should go check it out and see how it looks. Oh, I should have done it a meter lower. That's going to stick out that edge bit. Actually, no, it's flat. What am I talking about? It's got a big flat edge to it, so it's all good. Okay, I'm going to stand up for a bit. Additional casuals, full VR, but issues with Valve could watch that. Yeah, I remember seeing some documentaries on the Tilt 5 back in the day. Was it Valve that screwed them over or Meta? Oh yeah, I think it was Valve, wasn't it? Okay, so if I run up here, run along here, let's see how these things look. Okay, well that worked well, but what the heck is that? I think I might have zooped out from the side a bit. It also needs kind of a trim around the bottom there. That looks a bit odd. Possibly also because of the black beam there, it needs a trim. very hesitant to jump along here. Yeah, you can't really see the angle below, or at least not from this point, not without jumping off the cliff. So, Valve, and yeah, I've known the dev for years online. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you followed them, yeah. So I think this curve would have worked better if you could see it from below. But it's still a wall edge that we can use to have sort of a curved edge along the edge of the factory there. So let's stick with that. Maybe that back wall in there should be a wall rather than glass. It looks a little odd like that. Valve, no stranger to cancelling things that they don't think are going to work out, though. Which is a shame, because I'm sure they have a lot of prototypes that are really interesting. How am I going to build a barrier around there? I deleted my walkway. And see, that's going to not... I really need another beam. I really need a beam on top like that, nudge down a meter. If I could just blindly do that and see if I can get it right. So we're just basically laying beams over the other beams and then nudging it down a meter. Also need to do these ones because even though we don't, maybe I should leave a beam on the inside as well here. At least then it looks consistent. Almost got sucked in then. Forgot about the hypertube. And we can do one here across here and then nudge it down a meter, and that should nicely fit under everything. Oh, that's actually down. Oh, I see. I see what's going on there. It's because that's up half a meter. Yeah, did we get it right? We missed a gap. I thought I might have. Okay, we missed one. Also kind of doesn't overlap and doesn't look so great. I'll leave it for now, otherwise we'll be messing around with it all night though. Now it was like, oh, how am I supposed to find out which one? Oh, I think it was under this one. Actually, let's go down a couple. I could put beams up all the way, but nah, that'll do. Nah, will do for now. Okay. Now the problem with this curve is this stuff looks terrible when it's overlapped because of the borders. Which is one of the reasons I don't usually use it. Ah, yes, those are lined up so they can stay there. Do I want pillars of concrete or do I want pillars of metal? Let's count the squares. How far have I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it is right on the edge. Ah, missed. What sort of windows? This is more factory floor level, so maybe I'll go with something that's a bit more reinforced. Could go hexagons. Easier if internally you keep to the rectangular, non-divergent ones as much as possible. Okay, why is... Oh, that snapped to something different. Okay. Again, it's best to snap everything to the internal grid. Hang on, that's still not lined up. Ah, I must have an offset foundation there one point. Yeah, okay, this overlap is here because this bit here was different because that's a half width there and a half width there, so I've got some Z buffering there if you look closely. Under the radar, hey, under the radar, how's it going? Good evening, how are you going? Let's actually just use some halves in here so there's less overlap. Okay. Evening, it's 3 p.m. soon, gotta work. It is, what is the time here? 9:47 p.m. and this, the west coast of Australia. Otherwise known as the worst time to find... worst place to find a good time to stream where actually people can watch you. It's even getting to the point where the east coast of Australia is asleep before I start getting into things too much. Although I did start late tonight, which was, despite having the day off, it was a busy day with many things happening, so I did start later than intended. Okay, so that's kind of a bit of a factory front there. I still don't know whether to include this grass area as a feature or not. And as I said, I really do want to hand in these project parts and get to the next phase. I know I told myself I'm going to put walls and roofs and make everything look like a building, but yeah, I think I need to not aim for perfection as much as aim for... something that is sufficient to what my requirements are without going too overboard. And, you know, we've just done one wall here. We've still got a roof to do. We've still got to keep those stingers out. Just need an Asian audience. Well, yes. I do kind of... I have a couple of people, at least one person in Japan who sometimes tunes in. And 2 weeks are in Sydney for New Year's Eve. Ah, cool. You see, in Sydney, they're 3 hours ahead currently because they have daylight savings and we do not. Because we are sensible. You know, we have plenty of sunshine on the west coast. We don't need more. Okay. Trees. Pretty trees. There's stingers that spawn down in this area, so this is not the nicest edge of the factory. Oh, look at the heat sort of shimmering on the reflected on the shadow there. You have winter here in Germany? Yeah. You better pack some cool clothes for your Sydney trip then. We hit nearly 40 degrees today, I think. Didn't quite hit 40, but it was definitely high 30s. That's Celsius, which is warm. How am I going to do this edge? I mean, I could blow up the trees. Is anyone here who objects to me blowing up trees? You prefer to keep the trees, though. But they are definitely going to collapse with a wall unless I build a diagonal wall that chops them up. Rice Munch, thank you, Rice Munch. Someone has spoken to protect the trees, so it will be. I might need to... Those are a little close to the wall, though. I don't know if I can save those. How am I going to fit this in? Maybe I don't make this quite so brutalist slabs of concrete. Maybe I go a bit of a thinner wall over here. As long as it's thick enough to keep the stingers back. It's not too bad. So this road barrier rotates at 15 degrees angles as opposed to the other things that rotate at 5 or 10. So these are good for making 45-degree angle corners. And you can snap another foundation to them like this. And don't stand on it. So this is a way to get 15-degree or multiple of corner. So this is a 45-degree angle here. We probably could go all the way to the miner, actually. Or even keep going all the way 45 degrees. Chop this whole corner off. Okay. That's the wrong patterned wall, but we can change... I mean, I've been going the metal wall for most of these styles of walls, so maybe we stick with that here. How high are we going here? That is a good question. Hello, burb. Actually, what we might do, this bit will be high because it's got to go over the miner, actually. But the other end is more factory, so we can have a variable height sort of wall. Might keep this wall along here because it's more of a protection thing and this is all machinery. Then we can have some windows along here. Those trees are going to stick through a little bit of the windows, but that's okay. Might use half slabs here, just so there's less overlap. Might tuck that right in tight. Another 45-degree. I want to align it to that one. Come on. That 45 doesn't quite make it. Oh, I was hoping it would make it. If I align it this way, it's also not going to make it. Which means I do have to go both ways. Kids need to be right on the edge. Stop. I didn't say that. Okay. So we'll have a door. The walkway is in the middle here, so doorway will go there. That's fine. Good afternoon, Justice Guy. How's it going? How are you going? We just determined it was afternoon in some places, and getting later at night here. This is not very good for getting to the other side of the machine, though. So let me just slip around here. We're trying to put some walls to protect us from spiders while also protecting the trees. We're trying to be cooperating with nature here. Because this whole space, this can come right back here to where this miner is. Cooperating with nature means less than 8 legs then? Well, we're not hunting the stingers. We're just stopping them from jump scaring us while we're doing our factory duties, which is what they were doing before. we do like to let the spiders live. You know, spiders are our friends. They eat the flies. Flies are annoying. Flies must die. But spiders, as long as they don't cause too many problems, they can hang around. Depending on the spider. Like, we have different spiders here, and some of them we do kill on sight, like the redbacks. The redbacks are a little dangerous. So we tend to step on them with impunity. But like the good old daddy longlegs, we like to have them hang out. Okay. So this window can be along here. Oops, that's probably too high. The Australian government has banned the episode of Peppa Pig that was about being nice to spiders. Yes, yes. We don't play with spiders. Okay, we don't let children play with them until they have been identified. But yes, Peppa Pig was like, all spiders are friendly and harmless. It's like, oh, not all of them in Australia, I'm afraid. Some of them are still a bit on the dangerous side, so maybe you shouldn't tell your kids to play with all of them. This down here is really interesting, and I'm kind of afraid to jump down there because it looks like the sort of broken rock that would blow up with an explosive, but I also see shimmers of void underneath it. So I'm wondering if this is an explosive floor with void. This is an interesting part of the map. I haven't been down there yet. I've had spiders run up here. Maybe I should go exploring down there at least a little bit. Do it. But if I blow it up, it doesn't come back. Where am I on the map? That is a very good question. We did go through this earlier, but I am on an interesting place on the map. I am over here. So if you're wondering where that is, this is the green fields here, or the grasslands, or whatever the normal start zone is. This is the blue crater, which usually people like to build turbo fuel and rocket fuel there. This is my home base, which is near a little lake, which I've turned into my doggo water park. And we are here, and the swamp is kind of up here. So we're in this little corner of forest here between the blue crater and the swamp. And there's this spot with void on that side, and just these rocky outcrops and sort of bridges of rock and around. And there's 4 impure iron nodes here, so I can see why people don't usually come here. So there's a nuclear hog up there. Oh, there is a mesosphere down there. Nuclear hogs shouldn't come down here, right? There's a spitter. Looks like the stingers haven't respawned this time at least. This is a pretty cool cave, actually. It might be a cave, but it kind of looks like there's void below it. And like there's void over the edge there. And there's... oh, what's down there? Void and looks like a purple slug maybe. So yeah, it's not the friendliest... oh, terrain-wise, and at least I've got rid of the boars, so there's nothing to knock me off the cliffs as much. But yeah, just these layers of different things. And I do intend to extend the factory later on and build some munitions down here, because there is sulfur nearby as well. Oh, there's some boars. They'll knock me off the edge if I'm not careful. Yeah, there's little pockets of uranium around, and I am really early game and have absolutely no way of dealing with them at the moment. But this is sort of the edge of the world here. And again, there's normally alpha boars and things around here, but we've cleared them out a while ago. And interestingly, like over there, you go, what's over there? It's all misty. If I can turn off the fog, let me just press a button on my keyboard. That one. I thought that was that one, no. Oh, wrong. No, that's the right keyboard. There, no. There it is. Okay. This will allow me to turn off the fog. There's all these rocks and waterfalls over there. It looks a little pixely, but there's actually water. Actually, is there water in the void? Is it actually not void? No, let's actually go on the walkway. That's probably safer out that way. Because the void is normally just fog. But if you turn off the fog, I still can't see very well. I don't know if that's water or just blackness. It might be water. Either way, you die when you go down there. But yeah, over this edge, there's just these waterfalls and water off in the distance. Just, almost went over the edge. Because yeah, normally this would be void. There's all these waterfalls. That's off to like the outer bounds terrain over there. A little waterfall coming out of a cliff there. It's water, but you can't reach it. Yeah. I think the kill boundary of the void is above where the water is. Logan Humphreys, yep. Now let me step back from the cliff while I try and find my mod key again. Is it that one? Yes. Yes, this is Sky UI, and it lets you turn off fog entirely. Which some people like, and it does give a clearer picture. Like it does, you know, does give you a crystal clear view of everything, but the fog is part of it, so I tend to leave it on. Yes, I mean, you could put your nuclear waste down there, but I've kind of got a factory near here now, so... plus, when I do nuclear, I'm going to make sure I clean up my waste, which I've been looking into again, and it's complicated. It's also not going to happen particularly soon, since I'm still on phase 2. Okay, so that curve doesn't look too bad. It gives a bit of a texture to the bottom. Yeah, the gunmetal down the bottom doesn't really fit. Could put walls along there just to give it a bit more texture, but it's not too bad. I like the atmosphere of the fog. Yeah, just wish we could adjust it a bit. There probably is a setting to adjust it in the console. You might be able to reduce it or tone it down. Now I kind of want to put a ladder in the top and so you can get up out to there. And architecture takes a long time. What have I done tonight? I've whacked on a roof, done a wall. Eventually I need to blow up these so I can get that. I'm not going to do walls all the way up. I'm basically going to have walls up so it's above the height of the factory walk floor, but I think these factories I will leave open air sort of protruding from the top. It's kind of the idea. The Axolotl MC, hello, welcome. Okay, so what sort of door do we want here? I could just do a little door, or we could have a gate. Kind of looks like a gate back entrance kind of thing, don't we? Does console have a command console? I don't think the console version does, but that is a guess. I do not know for sure. The consoles do support keyboard, although I don't know if the game supports keyboard. Really? Okay. Need to try and keep these plants out of my base. Oh, it's not steep enough. I mean, there is the walls. I could use the 8-meter walls are steeper. Kind of clips into the lift, but I could lift it up a little bit. Connor says hi. Hi, Connor. Hey, just so you know, cross chat is not allowed on Twitch. I know, for some reason. I just noticed, that's why I mention it. I'm aware of it, and yet Twitch people have Twitch cross chat as well. And yeah, it's one of those things that is an odd rule that says no, you may not do it, and yet a lot of people do it. Need to play the VR mod more. I have it installed. I'm just lazy. Lol. Novelist should fix them. Novelist would fix the burbs? Yes. The Novelist would fix the trees as well, though. We're trying to keep the trees. Yes. The guy who created the cross chat plugin got banned for 48 hours, but it was also grey as to why he got banned for 48 hours. And it was a bit weird. So yeah, it is a Twitch rule, but it's also one that no one seems to pay any attention to or bother with because it's a bit silly. Because it's beneficial to Twitch for me to have other people from YouTube watching and joining in the conversation. And being able to see the conversation. And it's because if someone says something interesting on YouTube, it's beneficial for the Twitch people to see what they're saying. So it's a bit weird. If they ask me to stop doing it, I will stop doing it, but I don't see why they would. Unless you're secretly a Twitch person and you're going to report me. Yeah. Twitch also claim that you must present the best possible picture to your Twitch viewers, but they don't let higher quality streaming than YouTube does. So it's actually impossible to stream higher quality on Twitch than the YouTube stream, because Twitch has more strict limits on bandwidth. It's a bit weird. Why doesn't that line up? Okay, so we need an inverse wall here. So these inverse walls don't actually snap where they would be most useful, which is annoying. Although actually I need an inverse wall there to can never work for Twitch. Yeah, they're an odd company at times. Not that YouTube is less odd or anything. Like, YouTube is super strict about what music you play. And they don't make it particularly easy to figure out what music you're allowed to play. So it's quite challenging to come up with a curated playlist that YouTube will let you get away with without giving you copyright strikes. Can we do things that don't make sense or get enforced anyways? Yeah. YouTube at least lets you have another chance. To a point, it is possible to get 3 strikes in YouTube in one video, or at least so the horror stories say. And I would not want that to happen. And that's one of the reasons I was only Twitch for a while, is I needed to nail down a soundtrack that I knew or was confident that would be safe. And hence you get the same soundtrack every week. That's metal. I didn't want metal there. Might actually fudge a multi-pillar here. YouTube copyrights have just broken. They are. Luckily, this soundtrack is all indie game soundtracks, and indie game soundtracks mostly are quite happy for you to play them without paying them anything, because it's exposure to them. So I show which song is playing when it first starts, and yeah, check them all out if you like the music, because they're all great indie soundtracks. This is the really complicated part. How do I make this look like a reasonable roof? 12 copyright claims in a single stream. Wow. Was that a live stream, Axolotl? Because I've heard that live streams are worse than videos. Like if you have a video with copyright strikes, it's not as bad as a live stream, and yet a live stream you have less control over it. I've had people who, you know, they were playing a trailer for a game, or they were raiding another person, and the music of the other person's stream triggered a strike. And it's like, what? You know, I think I might just bring this roof. Now let's see roofs. Boring roofs. That's walls. Where's roofs? Architecture. Okay, don't like how that's coming close to the constructor there, but other than that, that's a decent height. That's not the same height. Okay, that's 3 meters higher. All of this just so we avoid some trees. If a viral video gets used as part of a program and a professional network can happen, the original video gets taken down from copying the clip from TV. Yeah, it is. Like I've heard of people who have had their own music taken down because someone else has used their music and claimed it's theirs, and YouTube have taken it down without actually checking it's actually their music. I'm tempted to just have that wall and just lower it like that. See, I don't mind these roofs overlapping on weird diagonals because they're all pretty beamy anyway, so when they're cross beams like that, it's fine. It's just the glass windows, because you can see through it, they look a bit off when there's beams crisscrossing through the glass. They can look off. They can look okay. So can I say both companies, the only ones that actually work? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why we will try and work with them. I'm gonna need some lighting in here. Lighting is something I haven't really bothered with in this save so far.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
Yeah,
Please seek
ad
shelter.
breaks. Although I don't have a huge amount of spare power, so that's another reason stopping me from doing lighting. Yeah, I'll just stick with the one. After a long while, you learn to put up with the BS. Yeah. And they're working okay. I haven't got monetization enabled on YouTube. I do on Twitch, not that I get much. So feel free to like, sponsor, subscribe. I'm aiming to do it for the fun of it and to spread the word and demonstrate the VR mod. I do have Patreon and Ko-fi if people do want to support me. I'd rather people do it that way rather than through YouTube ads. I hate YouTube ads. And speaking of ads, Twitch is telling me there's an ad break time. So I'm going to take a break and have a drink while we have 3 minutes of Twitch ads. And then we will continue after that. Thanks for watching, and I'll be back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. The Axolot L_Mick says, Pioneer, please refrain from skipping your hydration and nutrition times. If you don't, I'll have to grab you with a fishing pole and start singing the Macarena. The Axolot L_Mick just followed you. Thanks for the follow, the Axolot L_Mick, and welcome to the channel.
And we're back. Thank you very much for the follow the Axolotl. I didn't skip my hydration and nutrition, although my nutrition currently is snakes, as in the confectionery. So I don't know if that's particularly nutritionist. Not sure how you grab me with a fishing pole. That would be maybe disconcerting in VR. And I'm not planning a sing-along session at the moment. Okay. So have a roof over here that extends down this way. We could leave the awesome sink sort of as an open courtyard area. And just have like a covered semi-open bit through here maybe. Let's see. Ah! Whoa! Speaking of which, oh yeah, they can jump. Where's my Reaper gun? We got a friend. My goodness, I'm glad he didn't come while I was on break. Oh, I think he's stuck. Maybe it's just supervising the factory. Maybe that pole is too slippery for him to jump off. Wow, okay. They still give me jump scares. And they are not small. Okay, you know how I was going to leave this open? Maybe I should fully enclose it. Maybe I should have a wall up to the roof. He just wants head pats. He wants head noms. He wants to grab me in those forearms and nom my head. Here I was thinking this wall would be enough. That's amusing. He didn't even wait for me to finish. Tear it all down. Has to be done differently. Or we just live with the menace. We live with the neighbours. I mean, I could do a wall up here from the roof line, because it's not like we're going to be looking at this side of the factory as such. But yeah, that was a little unexpected, even though I'm specifically here talking about stingers that come in through this entrance while at night time. Oh, that's ugly. Oop, fell down. I do really appreciate the stingers. Like, they are terrifying. But I do not turn them off and do not turn passive mode on. They are... Like, I don't play horror games. I don't need to play horror games. I play Satisfactory.
Trains as personal transportation. They are strictly reserved for resource transportation. You could cause an accident greater or equal than the one the FICSIT Fun engineers caused on the first planetfall. The remains you so gladly take hard drives from are a proof of that.
Okay. I don't have trains yet. Is that quoting from something? I do plan to use trains, although I don't know if I'm going to be using them much for private transport. I tend to use hypertubes, or at least historically I've used hypertubes. Even made a few videos on it. Fix-It Fun engineers are the ones responsible for the boombox. Ah, the boombox is not supported well in VR yet. It has custom controls and custom buttons, and I still need to implement them better. Oops, that didn't work. Well, Ada hates Fixmas too, but Ada's a bit of a spoilsport. Okay, so along here... Okay, is that lined up? That doesn't look lined up. It is not lined up. That is actually the point that is lined up with this. Yeah, we probably don't want to chop that off at the moment.
I have a tip from the axolotl_Mick that you may be slouching.
Okay.
Posture check time.
I will stretch. I'm actually standing up at the moment, but I will do some stretches. Thank you for the posture check. I am standing fairly straight and I have a standing mat, so my posture is not too bad. I will touch the ground. Oh. Okay, back is straight. Because if we line that up with that, then we can line up glass with this and it will match the glass floor along here. Not blueprints. We almost don't care about that. It's slightly clipping. Might fix that later, but at the moment I'm just going to run glass along here. Don't actually have a wall there, and I'm tempted to just have it run into the rock and have the rock as sort of a natural wall along the edge. Got all these other things going up and down in the way. See, when I have this, it's like, it's not at the same angle. It's fine, I'll work around it. And now it's trimming into my roof. That's fine, it's just a design challenge to work around it. How hard is it to play in VR 1 to 10? I'd probably say, as in 10 is easy and 1 is hard, or 1 is easy and 10 is hard? It's about as hard as playing in flat mode. It just takes practice and getting used to the controls, which is the same in flat mode. So a lot of the stuff I actually find easier in VR, especially aiming with the pointer and like putting things down, easier in VR, but rotating things is harder in VR. Yeah, easier than with console controls. There are some who really like console controls though. But just the perspective I find helps in placing things though. Yes, anything that involves a keyboard is a bit more annoying. There is a keyboard in the VR mod. So, is there anything I can name around here? I mean, there's the save games. So when you do a save game, you've got this virtual keyboard that comes up. So tapping on this. I mean, I've got some shortcuts like this. But doing actual typing like this is much slower in VR. I mean, there is a physical keyboard right in front of me, but I can't see it. Roof. So yeah, that would be much quicker and easier to type with a real keyboard. Absolutely. Ah, because we've got the overhang there, so the roof actually comes out to there. Might overhang the roof. Ooh, how am I going to do this? I think the outside roof I need to snap to this point. Just for consistency, because it's going to go around a circle. Luckily it's at the same height. I'm not sure if that was intentional or accidental, but I will accept it. $10 hard, $1 easy, I would say, I don't know, 2 or 3 maybe? But I'm so used to it, I would prefer it over to flat any day. And you have mouses that you can look around without moving what you're building? Absolutely. But with mouse, rotating large buildings just right, easy in VR. Flat, you often have to lock it to go look. Yes, I do lock it to have a look in VR as well. I wish you could rotate while it was locked. Yeah, one advantage over mouse. Yes, that's correct. I might actually put a bit of a gable in here. Bit of a T roof, just for a bit of variety. Let's copy that. And go 2 meter. And then flat. And that'll give it a bit more space over the... That's probably need to kind of come in a bit. Actually, that's pretty close. Yeah, just being able to move your head and look from one side to another side is an advantage. Yeah, because I play in VR a lot as well, I'm used to the cursor being separate from the head movement, and it's to the point where now when I'm using flat mode with first-person shooters, having the cursor locked to the view is it's really a bit disorienting, a bit restricted. I'm so used to having the cursor separated. Okay, kind of need some kind of gable at the end there, flat edge, but I'm not going to worry about that too much at the moment.
The Axolot L underscore Mick has submitted a request for you to
I'm going to have a
hydrate.
drink. Okay, I'll have a drink. I had a drink just at the ad break, though. You don't let me just have a drink. Just hopefully you won't tip it all over my headset. Okay, thank you very much for the hydrate. I'm going to have to top my drink up in a minute. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, there is a slight higher field of view within the headset. So if I'm doing lots of high stuff, sometimes it chops off from the stream, even though I see. And I try and tilt back as much as possible. But my neck is not great, so I get a bit of a sore neck if I tilt back too much. So I do try and keep conscious of it. Up in the field of view for the stream view. I mean, I could change my headset field of view to chop off the top and bottom so it looks more like the stream. But then I wouldn't have this awesome view. But yeah, it's just something I'm trying to be conscious of so that I can, you know, make it still look good on the stream without changing too much. But it is, yeah, a lot of it is just tilting back my head enough. Tilted wall. How would that look along here? If it would snap the right way around. It's a pity I can't have a glass wall that size and angle. But if I have that all the way across, you won't be able to see the factory, which is bad. The game FOV would affect the stream. Yeah, but the aspect ratio of the stream is still different. So the headset is more of a square view, whereas the stream is always 16:9. So changing the field of view of the stream, I don't think would change the vertical field of view. Yeah, I find I need to change the field of view in games now, possibly because I'm more used to the VR's sort of view. Okay, roof. Let's try just a glass down. That's probably fine. That way we'll just have stingers landing on the roof and looking through the glass at us. It's going to clip into that stuff there, though. So maybe I nudge it across one. Just like that. Might even bring it this way. That way it kind of lines up with the factory poles. It's not lined up there, though. Just move the factory across 2 meters, then it'll be better. It's not too bad. Okay, so this bit is mostly enclosed. There's a little hole through there. I don't know if stingers probably can. They could probably just drop through that hole there. So maybe we just run a wall along there. Whoops, fell down. I might just run some hex windows along just to fill out the area. I don't actually have a walkway to get up there at the moment, and I don't have a hover pack or a jetpack. If I go... I can jump from the roof. That's what I'll do. Probably don't need the one on the end. We're just going to put this up here to make it a little hard for the neighbours to get in. The art's back. Welcome back. That was a half-meter nudge to get the hexagon to line up with the other hexagon. I'll leave this side open. And I am tempted to just leave this as an open courtyard area. Maybe I'll extend this across actually. Just as kind of as an overhang over the courtyard. Could put some beams. That's probably fine. Or we could put some pillars here. Nah, that's too heavy maybe. Because I don't want it to squash the machine below. I don't actually need that man there. I think I was just demoing it to other people last time. Yeah, that's okay. So I'm going to build an open walkway this side with open factory and a nice tree area. Then this area we still need to do something with. Probably continue the roof along here. So, I mean, I should do a bit of a wall, a glass window on top there to match the glass window on the other side, just for symmetry, I guess. Actually, I can get on the roof just here. Ah, stop stick drifting. Calibis. Hey, how's it going? Okay, this bit's a bit open here. It's not terrible. So along here, if we continue the glass pattern down the middle, I don't think it was actually lined up. Was it lined up? It looks fairly lined up, actually. No, because this is the center here. So the glass below is sort of more centered there. To that end. Might do... I mean, I could... There's pity there's no half roofs. Again, this is where we come back into the... Why are there no more, not more half pieces of things, because it would allow a lot more variety in things like this. Decided to wash my bike in -2 degrees. Wow, and now my gears and brakes are fully bricked up and I got to go in an hour. Ooh, that does not sound good. See, I mean, there is. We could do a slab like this along here, but it's a slab rather than a roof. I mean, we could run beams or pillars. They're a bit fat. I mean, it wouldn't be bad to run a pillar along there, but kind of lined up along there. Nah, don't like it. Not gonna do it. So this bit, I might leave this open because this is like stinky stuff. This is all smelters and foundries, so I want to keep it open here. Although I did put roofs on the back side of it. On the dev stream, Mikhail said that they hear us on the extra building pieces. Yes, doesn't sound like 1.2 will have a lot of that. Yeah, it's who knows. Like they sometimes they'll underplay what will or won't be in the next patch, and then they surprise us with stuff being in there. So maybe there'll be something in there. There are mods if you really want. I'm trying to play this mod free, other than, you know, VR mods and useful things like that. You know, I think I might take this to the very edge if I'm going to put a honking big pillar in the middle there, rather than putting a pillar in the middle of the walkway. Did I put that? I'll put that down the middle. This has one fat side, and so depending on which side you put the big fat metal beam on, it looks different. I was hoping it would miss the staircase, but that's not too bad. Generally avoid mods that might break your save when the game gets updated. Yeah, that's the problem, is putting a mod with extra build pieces in is if the mod gets taken out, your save is going to not work very well. Yeah, I'm similar. I prefer mods that are not going to change anything. Okay. It is a little tricky in VR when you're nudging because you can't turn, but you can physically turn to look at where a piece is going in place, which is very handy, and you can't do that on a flat screen. I try to play with no mods in my advanced saves. Yeah. I mean, the only mods I have here are the VR mod, the Sky UI, which I use for getting screenshots for particular lighting conditions, and the Fix-It Cam mod for doing like camera work, for taking movies and pans and things like that. So they're pretty much just stuff for the playthrough and for content creation, nothing else. I will, when I get to trains, I will install the train interiors mod because that's kind of a quality of life VR mod. I consider it part of the VR mod. If you're going to use the VR mod and you like trains, then definitely install the train interiors mod. Occasionally I will run with the Doggo Hard Hat mod. I think it's called Doggo Workers, and basically it gives construction worker hats to the doggos and the beans. I don't quite have enough doggos or beans or factories yet to warrant them having hard hats yet, though. They have to earn that. Might just leave that open like that. I wonder what happens if I whack a beam around it, if it'll look any better. I've gone the long way around my quick menus. Do not get sucked in. Yeah, that's a bit more of a decent edge to it. And I will change the colour to this colour. That's what I've been using for dark beams. So it doesn't stand out and scream, I'm a border, but it is actually more of a solid edge around it. Oops. I wonder if I could do a circular staircase. I don't think the staircases overlap particularly well at angles. It's kind of similar to the diagonals like up there, that they all overlap a bit. Let's try it. I haven't really used stairs because stairs are new. Stairs got added before I started this playthrough, so I haven't really played with them much. Maybe this is something you can blueprint as a spiral staircase. Maybe we'll want it less shallow than that. Yeah, let's just experiment. So I think it would be better. See, if I just attach this one to that, but at an angle, it's going to stick out here. So I think I need some flat, and I actually need to rotate it from the inner angle. Maybe even rotate it over here. Through a random stream of experimentation. Suddenly, I'm going to try a spiral staircase. Come on, rotate. This is the one thing that does work better on keyboard and mouse, is the rotate. Again, I'm using these platforms here because this angle here is a 10-degree angle. Unfortunately, it's snapping to the bottom, so I need to nudge it up. Nudge it across to actually get it in place. Might leave those there. I'm gonna need to get a sharper angle than that. But I don't know if I want to be sharper yet. Again, just experimenting here. Yeah, I definitely need a sharper angle there. That's okay. We can do that just by putting this here. Nope, not that one. And taking another notch, it'll be 20 degrees. You know what? The rotary barrier might have been easier. Because the road barrier you can just chuck on an edge. So this is 15-degree increments. Okay, that actually needs to come this way a bit more. I think maybe the whole staircase needs to be sharper angled. Or maybe we need to start from further back. So that's 15 degrees. Hang on, that's foundation says 4 meters. I wanted 2 meters. Maybe we do it from the outside. I don't know, I'm just making this up. Again, that's 15, but we really probably want to go more than 15, maybe 30. Now let's stick one there. That way we can try a few different angles. Yeah, because that's there, and this step is nice and big, that is actually enough overlap that we can just get away with that. Hey, relax. Good morning. How are you going? Been lurking for almost 2 hours? Oh, okay. Just now finished your morning meetings. Just saying hello because now I need to go make breakfast. You've had 2 hours of meetings and now you're having breakfast? That sounds terrible. But welcome. That roof needs to be higher. That one actually needs to go up. Not quite that much angle. Except that's not enough. So far this experiment is not working particularly how I wanted it to. That's reasonable. I think this needs to be lower if we can get away with it, but I don't think we can. Just sticking another slab on the side here, just so we've basically bookmarked it, so if we want to come back and rebuild it there, we can do that. Similar here, we stick one on the side. That almost works. If we bring this one a little bit more this way, and look, there's plenty of room to bring it this way, I think that will work. So that was a 15 degrees, but it was coming from the middle point. So let's move it a couple of meters this way. And a little bit into the grass. Yeah, I think that flows better though. Could probably make that steeper there. Oh, missed. Ah, so that's going to mess up the step there. But if we move that this way a bit, that's actually fine because we just shoved that along there, and that will be fine. So it's a bit steeper there, then it levels out a bit, and then it's steep for this end bit here. It's almost like we need a 3 meter step because we're going 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4 here. And in fact, this bottom bit here, I'm just going to put a 4 meter there, but have it go into the ground. Putting a doorway here is going to be interesting. We'd probably have to have a gate lined up with that. Where's our gate? It's under walls, isn't it? Yeah, kind of doesn't work perfectly with the steps, although if I lower it a meter... I could move it slightly this way more. Actually, that is the right way around. So that was there, so if we go there... But then we'd be looking at like a pillar here. That's interesting. That pillar, that is not snapping. Oh, wow, that's weird. Okay, so coming up here and the gate slides open. And I was wondering if there's enough headroom because it's lowered a meter. We don't know until we put a top on it. Okay. If it's fine. Except that wall doesn't belong there. It's a bit of a boring wall there, but it will do for now. Can always come back in a few hundred hours and tidy it up a bit. Cool. Okay, that's okay. Bit of roughage in around here. And stick a safety rail on there. Where's a safety rail I can copy? Those ones copyable. Although, oh, this is going to trigger people. These are going to be different heights and different. Actually, if I put that there, I can probably sneak a little one in there anyway. Okay, so we've got a shelter here so we can walk around here, and if there's thunderstorms or rain or anything outside, we're fine. And if we come over here, we've got a bit of shelter. This is sort of an open courtyard here, down to the tree. That tree, I wonder if I cut down that tree, that will fall down as well. I wonder if that's part of the same tree, because, you know, this looks pretty and nice. This doesn't. I'd have to save the game and try it and then reload if the whole tree vanishes. So we've got an open courtyard here, back onto the walkway here. Over here we've got the most dense protection possible now. We've got all the holes except for that one filled. Because we had a jump scare as a stinger, large stinger came flying into the building before. Top Dion X, how's it going? Don't matter how long you're still streaming for, I've got to calm down with Satisfactory.
Please seek shelter.
I am streaming for probably not a huge amount longer. It is, oh crap, it's 11:20 already. And that was just a Twitch ad break kicking in. So, I should probably, well, we're going to pause for the Twitch break while the ads run. And then I think I might start wrapping it up for tonight because it's nearly midnight in this slice of the world. We've got a hole here to fill. So we still have a couple of holes over this side of the factory to fill in to try and protect from the neighbours coming over and complaining that we put a factory in their backyard. But we have, as requested by Rice Munch, protected the trees. We have not destroyed the trees. We've kind of made this back door pretty tight and angled around the trees here. So this doesn't look too bad here with the different textures. If we make those pillars go all the way down, that'll look good as well. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a stinger spawn point down there, and that's not the first time they've jumped me. I think we kind of need this walkway to extend and then go down here so that there's access to the back door from here. But we do have Twitch wanting an ad break, so I'm going to pause for a couple of minutes and I'm going to go top up my water while the ad breaks are running, and then we'll be back for the final segment. Thanks for watching, back soon.
Look lively, it's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
I'm curious, is there anyone who actually gets the full 3 minutes of ads? There's still 15 seconds left, it reckons. Here in Australia, we tend to get a minute or two, but very rarely does it fill up the full 3 minutes. But anyway, that is what Twitch says happens. So that is what it's 2 minutes 40. Okay, yep. To most of it. Okay, so I will finish off. I think I'll just put a steel walkway through here. I don't think I need glass. I mean, you're only watching ore and stuff go past. Your country has like a max of ads per hour or something, because I don't even get ads 100% of the time. Oh, okay, that's lucky. It used to be funny because in Australia sometimes like we'd get a 15-second ad and that was it. It's like, okay. They're getting a bit more ads now, and they're getting a bit more annoying, unfortunately. So the days of minimal ads are over, I'm afraid. Okay, so if we want to line up with the conveyor belts, we've got a half slab between us. I mean, we could kind of do this with the glass. That's going to clip into that, though. Don't want to do that. So let's Do get ads here, but it was like 40 seconds. Okay, just think Twitch doesn't always have enough ads to show you. Yeah, exactly. And or it prefers to get you hooked on a channel before it's with interrupts. I don't know, like some channels, there's an option to, you basically get ads as soon as you join a channel. And I turn that off because I personally hate it if I'm going to check out a streamer and it hits you with ads straight away as soon as you join. That's usually when I nope out of that stream and go to a different one unless it's really something I'm really looking for. So I have that turned off and I have the ads run every hour, you know, 3 minutes per ad, and that way everyone gets the ads at the same time and I know about it when it happens, and I can also control it better. So I can say, right, ads are happening now, I'm going to take a break, everyone see them at the same time, and then we'll continue on together. Yeah, pre-rolls, ugh. Okay, so that's not as lined up as perfectly I would have liked symmetry-wise, because these are actually symmetrical either side. So that's not in the middle, but a little bit of asymmetry is okay here, I think. And even down here, it's not lined up with the door. And it's dark, so I wonder if our stinger friend is going to come back. Either way, I think we're going to leave that there for now. So there's still some work here to do, especially like a wall at the back. I think my beginner factory is still missing a wall at the back. It's kind of funny. It's like I must not move on to the next factory until I've finished all the walls, and I still have one wall missing from that first factory as well. So, but this is looking much more like a factory. At least it's got some walls. I might finish it off stream, perhaps, because I don't want to do yet another stream just of architecture for this particular factory. I'd like to start on the next one. And the next one's going to be more architecture, because I'm going to be moving the elevator to a nice picturesque spot. So it's going to be fiddling around with trying to get the elevator to look good in a scenic location. And then we'll drive a truck with all the project parts to the new location and empty them. And then we still need, for looking at the objectives, we still have 100 wire, smart wiring or something it is. But that's only 100, so I'm just going to chuck a temporary assembler down and hand load it. I will automate that for the next phase, because I know in the next phase we're going to need a ton of it. Or maybe it's phase 4, but I know long term the automated wiring or whatever it is we're going to need a lot of. I still need some more railings around here, but other than that, it's not too bad. So, in this session, we've finished, well, done some roofing and some walling. Up here, we have finished our little dome observatory. We have finished a nice hypertube up to it. We've got a nice sign on the container here, which you can go up to and still interact with. We've got a reasonable glass roof with a really messy overlay in the middle there. Yeah, it's probably good that I locked that hole off, otherwise I'd probably get stingers leaping in here. We've even got a little back door here that goes down to a maintenance area under here where you can get to the container and the wiring if you need to. Looking from above, yeah, maybe I should just make that flat along there. Or even angled up towards that. But the main two factories I'm going to leave sort of open air. I'm not going to put them completely under a roof, at least not at this stage. Okay, we've finished a walkway across here. Now, before we do finish, I do want to replace these 2 meters by 1 meters, just so that they're a bit more snug under there. So I'll do that as the last building for the session, which is probably the most dangerous because it's over the void. Why did that not paint? There we go. Okay, so it's all grip metal, but unfortunately I used 2 meter concrete along here instead of 1 meter, so I need to go through and replace it all, which is going to be dangerous. And basically I need another walkway underneath. And let's get a little vertigo going here. You know, I'm going to go with the one with railing. Just because I really don't want to walk randomly off into the void. Doesn't help that it's dark, so if we do get jumped by stingers on this narrow bridge over the void, that is going to be interesting. So hopefully we can just snap the 1 meters onto the bottom of the frames. Let's turn Zoop off. You can see the other side I've got these, which is how I did the curve, because that was the outer side of the circle. So I don't need those anymore. So I'm going to confidently delete them. I think I'm pretty happy with the layout here. I'm not going to redo it. So just mind the gap. That's not connected to the right one. Make sure I don't walk randomly off the end. Rotate. You zoop around these corridors, these walkways, 10 along, and it doesn't get you very far. Hang on, that got the wrong way. Let's not delete the one I'm standing on, please. That looks like a straight run, so I should just be able to zoop the rest. That's a bit more flush. Or, yep, okay, yep, no, that's good. I'm going to optimistically delete all this after I get off. Don't fall down the hole. Yeah, that's a bit more discreet along there. I was going to just leave them off and leave them as bare, but I kind of like having the foundations in the bottom there. So that's done. Okay, so I think we're going to leave this factory here tonight. It might be the last time we see it. Actually, we'll come back later when we fill the truck up with the project parts and take them to the elevator. I don't know if I'm going to do any more sessions on architecture here, though. I think I've had enough of streaming design stuff. I just need to finish off the last couple of walls. Maybe put some signs like along around the outside there as a bit of a highlight, perhaps. How's it look from here? Okay, that's looking a bit more like a factory. Okay, so we've got a bit of a curved front. There's a bit of a roof gap there by the looks of it. Oh, that roof is not quite lined up with the window correctly. But that's minor. The roof's a bit boring. This had some extra interest to it, though. I like that. Okay. Radiation, joy. Okay. Oh, no, get off the conveyor. Ah. Actually, I might head back this way, and because we've got new power towers along here that now go along through the treetops there. So we had some old ones this way. So if I go back this way, I can delete those and clean those up. Oh. He's going to jump for me, isn't he? He's going to keep following me, isn't he? I think we might have lost him. Oh, there's copper there. Oh, there's a ball. Wow, there's a lot of spitters there. Ah, here's the ramp up here. Home sweet home, near the blue crater. Let's check in on our doggos. The doggo water park. Where are they all? Oh, they're all at the back there. Hey guys, how's it going? Let me put the rebar away. Timmy's got a slug. Good job, Timmy. Snowy's got motors. Yeah, we've already got motors, Snowy. Wire from scratch. Come on, George, what you got? George, where you going? Yellow slug. Nice job, George. Well done, guys. Okay, the time is nearly midnight. Well, 15 minutes to-ish. Why am I coming up here? I want to go up the top. Kind of tradition to log out up here now. I just like the view. Okay, so, Rice, are you still watching, Rice Munch? Let me save the game while I remember. Because I could load up Big Booty Tom's save and show people if they're interested, just a brief look. Because it is a very impressive game. I think this was the 4th session doing versatile frameworks. Boot up what now? Big Booty Tom. So we're talking about earlier, Rice Bunch was saying he's got a video about his train network that he's very proud of, and I asked if he'd seen Big Booty's save, which has a very interesting free-flowing train network. So this was a community member who this one who basically lent his save to people to try out because people were so interested after seeing screenshots, because it is a unique save. It is not going to have the greatest frame rate though, especially not in VR. Come on, why is it not loading? Let me try quitting to the main menu first. Session creation failure. This Tibiki Ryuga was getting this error earlier. Maybe it's a new bug. They have added some new bugs in the latest one. Okay, I'm gonna have to restart the game. Just give me a quick second while I restart the game. I will be back in a second. I hope the save worked properly. Happened last time too when you tried to open a save. Yeah, maybe it's when you try and load a different save. I think it has something to do with playing for a long time as well. I suspect there might be a memory hole or something. Why is that not full screen anymore? Oh, that doesn't matter. So again, this is not my save, this is somebody else's save, and it is very impressive. And even the people at Coffee Stain feature, I think they feature it in some of their trailers, and if you get the vinyl version of the Satisfactory soundtrack, this factory also features in the vinyl mid artwork when you open it out, because this factory is amazing. This is one complete to end game factory. Again, it's by a guy called Big Booty Tom. Session failure, just restart the game. Yes, but it's the session error seems to have been something that started with one of the recent updates. So this is a single save by Big Booty Tom. And the reason we're talking about with Rice Munch, we're talking about these train lines. These train lines just organically run through the middle of everything. I mean, everything in this save runs organically through the middle of everything. It is just dense everything. It is, I don't know how he did it. So there's just a train running through there, but that's completely different to this train line or that train line or that train line. Because normally in a train setup, you'll have like a double line and then everything will go on and off the double line kind of thing. But this one is just, I mean, there is a double line sort of main through the middle there. But then you've just got this organic line that goes across the top there because it detours off somewhere else. And this line here just detours off to a different station here. And meanwhile, this other line goes over the top of it. And it's a very simple support system. He's basically just got beams along here with this. These aren't even blueprinted. This is the thing. If I go to blueprint delete mode, these aren't even blueprinted. He's handcrafted each one of these. But it is a simple design, so I can see how he would have gone through and done it individually. But each of these pillars just like completely misses everything. It is just, and just the flow of the rail, it is just so smooth. So it is just, you can see that the rail in the distance there just curves up through the hills, up through there. And this is also a good study of looking at conveyors weaving in and out and changing heights. So instead of using lifts everywhere, he's dropping down and lifting up, and the conveyors just change heights as they need to go up and down and around and above and below each other. I mean, look at this one. Look at this one here. Look at that, weaving through there like that, and it's just going under there to somewhere else. Yeah, it's busy, but it is really clean and compact. No clipping or anything. Hey, there's a sushi belt there. That's got a bit of everything going through it. And you know, you can follow it through. Wonder where that's going. That's got a lot of stuff on it. Okay, he's splitting the quartz off there. So he is actually using this sushi belt and then splitting stuff off as he needs it. Interesting. Yeah, busy but clean. And so I'm tempted to attempt a rail system like this, which is kind of a simple beam support but more flowing. I don't have quite, I'm not going to do the dense factory, but partly because it destroys your frame rate having this much in such a small area. But having this flowing rail rather than something that's just following straight lines all the time. Just look at this. He's even got nuclear power, so there's a whole bunch of nuclear reactors up the back here. And these pipes, each of these pipes is 600 water. They're all bunched together, but they don't join or merge or anything, but they keep following together, and then each pipe goes to a single nuclear reactor because these are overclocked. So 250% is a full 600 pipe per nuclear reactor. Just in amongst the rest of the factory. So yeah, very, very inspirational. Not that I would do quite exactly this style, but there's so many interesting ideas and concepts in here. But I do like the simple train line on pillars like that. And I don't think he has, like, he's pulling in resources from nearby zones. He's pulling in oil from here. But as far as the factory goes, this is the entire game is right here. Like it's not huge detailing, it's just, you know, standard walkways and things. It's just the way it all comes together is very, very dense. Evening, Dippy, how's it going? And like, there's a train station under there. I don't know if you'd noticed because there's all this factory on top of it, but one of those train lines dips down through here. Actually, a couple of them do. We're just having a look at someone else's save, Dippy. This is a save by Big Booty Tom. It's pretty famous. Yeah, Dippy, it is nearly midnight here, so we are just packing up at the moment. Seems like an extra support beam through there. So yeah, it's cool. It is very busy, and it's an end game factory. They finished the game, and everything is here. But just these train lines. Train lines was one of the main reasons I loaded up to show people, because we were talking about train lines earlier. There's just train lines weaving in and out of everything and in amongst the factory. There's another train going over there, but it still looks clean. There's no clipping or overlapping or anything. I don't know if planning comes into this. I think it is organically grown. I think he just builds a factory and then the next factory goes right next to it, and he figures out how the logistics go from factory to factory. As I was saying, that we did find a sushi belt that had a lot of different products going to it that I think was just going through the factory, and then was the products were coming off the belts elsewhere. It's for use. I think it was this one here. That seems to have a lot of different stuff going through it. And if you belt has capacity, then getting sushi is one way to get from one side of the factory to another. I'm a sometimes sushi person myself. So yeah, very, very cool save. Not great on frame rate, but much better on my new graphics card. I can actually stomach it. How much frames am I getting at the moment? Standing here, I'm actually getting 90 frames a second, so it's actually rendering 45 frames a second in game standing here. But I think up on that tower there, which is where I started, which is where I was doing my performance test. Like before here, I was barely getting 30 frames a second on my old card. Actually, it's still not much better than that. It's 68, which would be 34 frames a second, so it's actually really CPU or other bottlenecked. Just the calculations of the engine. It's not really graphics throttled as such, but it still runs a lot smoother in this new graphics card. Just this guy, he must have design rules or something. Yeah, and it's actually, how much playtime is it? Load. 529 hours. That's actually not huge. I'm wondering if this is his first playthrough. If it's his first playthrough, that is very impressive, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a second playthrough with a specific design goal. But yeah, it's very interesting. Anyway, I could show you, I've got a couple of other saves from other people. I might show you another time. Yeah, I don't think this is first playthrough. Not with 500 hours. Like my first playthrough was about 500 hours. And I mean, you know, this guy has mad design skills certainly, but I don't think this was a first playthrough. So yeah, I'm going to log out here. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. We got some new architecture done today, and next time I think I'll be dealing with the elevator. I'm going to move the elevator to a new home, or sort of a new permanent home. Currently it's just whacked down on the grass fields back at Origin, so I'm going to set up the elevator with a nice bit of architecture around it. I'm toying with building a central store at the elevator as well. I don't know if I'll do a central store soon or whether I'll just sort of leave design space to come back to it later. But we want to put the elevator down and finish phase 2 in the next session or two. What is this save called? I want to try it on my system. It's if you look for Big Booty Tom, Dippy, I can send you a link. It was shared on Reddit a while ago. Yes, it is fully walkable. Yep, like there's walkways everywhere. So yes, you can walk. I mean, I've got a hover pack, but there are walkways everywhere, and the walkways go in and out of everything, just like the conveyors go in and out of everything. So yes, you can just wander around here. Like, can I get to the nuclear station from here on foot? I know it was in this direction. None of the walkways are particularly straight for long. I like these conveyor lifts sitting on the walkway. See, that actually doesn't block the walkway much. It's actually fairly low impact. So this goes down to the ground, but you think this is the ground level, and there's actually walkways down here. So there's a sushi belt, and everything's going past on that. Wow, he's even got cement on there. I'm getting closer to the nuclear. I think I can get there. Have no concept of where the desert floor is. Yeah, it's down there. And that's the thing, because the desert floor is kind of like rolling different heights. There are different heights to the factory here, and that's partly why it's not flat at all. Is he's contoured it to the dips and rises in the forest floor. I think not the forest floor, the desert floor. Hey, we managed the nuclear on foot. I don't know if you can see dirt. I think he's got it mostly covered with foundations. Let's keep going. Look, there's some dirt. So there's a bit of a dune there. So because it's sloped down, he's got a lower factory down here. But he's actually left some of the dirt visible just with walkways to block it off. So this is a whole flat area here. It's a bit more sand in there. So he's not raised it above the desert at all. This is near ground level. Like, he's got these supports here that are actually on the dirt. So yeah, he's used the terrain and worked with the terrain and still managed to cram everything in. Very impressive. But yeah, if you just search in general for Big Booty Tom Satisfactory Save, I think you'll find it. It was originally shared on Reddit. It was probably maybe a year ago now. I just noticed I've got a mouse cursor on my screen. How long's that been there? Probably since I reloaded the game. Sorry about that. Cursor be gone. Look, there's dirt down there, because these are the miners. You know, the miners are just sitting right here. He hasn't even got foundation under the miners. Yeah. So some people's creativity is just amazing, blows the mind. Found the save, he shared a link on the Reddit post? Yeah, that'd be the one. And I'm pretty sure that's the same version I've got here. Pardon me. Because I think he did finish the game and then shared it. May 17th? I mean, his last autosave there is December 21, so this might have... Yeah, this is me saving the game. So December 21 is probably about when he finished it and uploaded it. Maybe earlier. No, that looks like his save name convention. Yeah, so... He must have... Yeah, been playing it before version 1 came out and then just kept playing right through to the end. But yeah, I've not been able to walk around with it with my old 3080 graphics card. The frame rate was just too jerky and I couldn't do it high enough res, but now I'm running in high res and the frame rate is still not great, but it's enough to tour it around and have a look at, and it's fantastic. I like the trains just going through the particle accelerators. I wonder how many trains he does have. Where's the station? Oh, that's a fluid platform. And those are long trains too. Wow, that's actually a lot of trains. Look at them all. So yeah, he's pulling stuff in from some nearby areas. Oh, there's someone down here. I can't move the map. Maybe I don't know if that's a VR thing or not. Yeah, so there's quite a few. Okay, so he's got 3 trains with nitrogen, 2 with limestone. Okay, limestone waterworks. 3 with oil, 2 for radioactive stuff. Yeah, it's it's very compact. That's the thing. I think the only reason the frame rate is terrible is because of how dense all the animation and processing is going on. There's not a huge amount of machines, but there's a lot going on in this desert. So what's he got in these? Or are they being emptied straight away? That one's got limestone. That's raw limestone. Hang on. It's a fluid. Ah, right. It's fluid, and therefore I don't see what the deletion is when it's fluid. It's actually water. He's bringing in water by train. That's interesting. And there's a water at the front as well. Huh. Relax. Welcome back. I don't think it's big for a Satisfactory file. 20 meg doesn't sound like much. Are there? Well, I don't think there's any walls because it's all open plan. I mean, there is some walls in here. So there are walls, but there's no box factories here. It's not closed. It's fully open. And like there's windows there. That's a window. So he has used other elements, and there's beams there. Actually, let's have a look over here. Because most of this is single layer. It's not machines on top of machines. I mean, there is stuff on top of the station, but it's not machines on top. Ah, okay, so this is stations as well. But he has machines under the station. Oh, there's actually space under here. It's actually a big logistics floor. This actually looks like old stuff. These smelters aren't doing anything, so he might have had an old factory or an old wing of the factory here, and then he's remodeled it, because this is endgame stuff here. He might have remodeled it to do the endgame stuff in this area. Does this walkway take us to the top? I don't know if there's a walkway up to the train station, but there is a walkway above us. And then there's more machines on top of the train station. So yeah, he's got multi-layer where there's a train station. Oh, there's a little hub section here. Oh, that's cool. So there is an edge to it, but it's still just on like raised platform with a border around the edge. But I love this curving, sweeping. Oh, there's a straight bit of rail there. But for the most part, it is just curving through the rest of the factory. There's a bit of a multi-layer over here. Assemblers on top and manufacturers underneath. The actual hub was back where I started. It's actually just sitting on the train station here. We've actually gone past it several times. It's here. There's the hub. Just sitting on the corner near a bunch of smelters and refineries with a bit of a lookout. So this is where I started when I first logged in. I was on this lookout here. Yeah, just the hub is there. And he's even got the golden nut. And train station directly below. This bit's a little less dense here and a little slower moving, but it's still like these multi-layered walkways. Walkways between the power generators, that's cool. I've been meaning to give that a go sometime. So you can actually walk around and maintain your fuel generators. Oh my, where did the frames go? Yes, where did the frames go? Still proud of the statue platform I made. That golden nut looks so out of place to me. Yes, the golden nut was just slammed down next to the hub there. Yeah, it's this is why I haven't visited this on my old graphics card. Relax, is I used to get terrible frame rate. Actually, right here I'm getting nearly the full 60 frames a second doubled. It's a little jerky in places, but overall it's reasonably smooth. But yeah, back where the hub was, it dipped down to about 30 frames a second. But still not too bad. I do really appreciate that you can see the dirt, so you can actually see the contours of the dunes below. So this here is on a raised platform because the dune rises up here. Okay, he hasn't done the alien power matrices. I was looking into alien power matrices and they're rather complicated for just a bit of a power boost. Still use virtual desktop, but you've switched to the newest Steam Link beta and I'm loving it. Performing way better than virtual desktop and looks just as good. Okay. Is that where the Quest 3 relax? What I've heard is the new Steam Link does fixed foveated rendering or something like that. I do need to revisit Steam VR and give it another go. Is that the standard Steam Link app, or do you need to opt in to get the beta version? Yep, no Steam frame yet. 200% resolution Steam VR increased a few settings manually. Okay, I think the standard is updated. I'm on the beta branch, so okay. Yeah, I have been meaning to check out the new Steam VR link, Steam Link, and give it another go. But I've been tweaking this to match my new graphics card at a reasonable frame rate, and I'm quite happy with the results at the moment. Yeah, and there goes a train. Like that's a bit jerky, the frame rate there, but this save is just very dense. And I sometimes load into this when I'm trying different performance settings or graphics settings to see, although I think a lot of this is CPU and game engine throttled rather than graphics throttled. You're away from your big PC only using a slow laptop. Okay, discovered that you can stream games from your big PC in full quality and almost no input lag. Okay. Are you still in the same local network, Tippy, or are you doing that across the internet? Okay, 100 kilometers. Okay, cool. You must have very good internet then if you're doing that with no noticeable internet latency. But yeah, like virtual desktop, you're supposed to be able to connect remotely from anywhere. I have done it from Melbourne. I've had my Quest 3 in Melbourne, and I've directly connected to my PC at home using virtual desktop. But it was not usable. Yeah, see, when I was doing it, I was on hotel Wi-Fi, and hotel Wi-Fi, yeah, no, it just wasn't coping at all. I got it enough to be able to see that it was connecting and it was a 3D image, because I was actually trying to do some mod testing remotely while I was away. But yeah, it was not usable. You need to have a good connection at both end and in the middle. Yeah. Anyway, before I get distracted again, it is 1:15 midnight. Wow, I've waffled on for a lot. But thank you very much for your interest. I'm glad you enjoyed checking out Big Booty Tom's save here. It is an amazing save, and it's always good to show new to people. Even GeForce Now doesn't work well on hotel Wi-Fi. Yeah, nothing works well on hotel Wi-Fi. If only I could use this for traditional remote desktop. Yeah, you can. Well, virtual desktop you can just access your desktop. Steam Link you should be able to, because you can just use the Steam VR desktop, can't you? Anyway, it is past midnight, and I really need to log out before more Twitch ads come along. So I will check to see if there's anyone to raid. So just stand by. I will quit out of this, and then I will see what's going on. Rice Munch didn't return, did he? Because I was going to ask where to get a link to his video about trains. I think I've got him on Discord. I might message him on Discord, because that's what brought me to this save to have a look. So let me just shut down here. Switch to the outro screen. Right, let me have a look. Bye. Thanks, Top Dion. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks, everybody, for sticking around and watching me try and figure out how to make a roof look good. Twitch dashboard. Where's my Twitch dashboard? There it is. Let's see if there's anyone to raid. No one I'm following is playing Satisfactory. Luxo Build is playing Enshrouded. Okay. Grinding Gear, I'm playing Dispatch. Ooh. Snoot is rewatching the Game Awards. Is there anyone in Satisfactory that I recognise? It's a pretty quiet night on the Satisfactory front. Oh, don't recognise any of those people. And I'd rather not raid a random person just because they might not be a nice person. I'm a fussy person, I try and be nice. Okay, so I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to log out from here. Thank you very much again all for your comments and your support and your questions. I will be, don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow or not. It is busy, it is getting close to Christmas, and it is getting crazy trying to get ready for Christmas, so I will see how I go. But at this stage, it's probably 50-50 whether I stream tomorrow, but I will be streaming next Friday. It's probably about an 80% chance. Who knows? So Friday and Saturday is when you can catch me. So thanks again, everyone, and I will see you in the next video. Have a good weekend.